Hey, what's up, everyone? Hello, and welcome to a brand new episode of Heliopsychosis podcast. This is your host, Vikka Draziv, guys. Welcome to the show. And yes, what an awesome topic and conversation we have got today. The illiterates of the aviation trying to make the people think that it only works on a globe, the aviation. It doesn't work on a globe, right? So we did a whole podcast last week. We were half the way, right? Because we were really digging into their bullshit and right the way these people were making shit up about aviation. One is Mr. Will Duffy and the another is Mr. Fake Pilot Wolfie. Right. So today we're gonna have a second part. And yes, before I get my co-host and the panelists, just want to say that Tron, the link I've sent you on TikTok, you can jump in through that link. RG, your link is on Telegram. So yeah, people get comfortable, whatever makes you comfortable, and let's jump in today's topic. Yep, we're gonna do a warm up too before we jump into the topic. But first, let's say hello to my co-host and brother Gene. Gene, how are you doing, bro?
Hey, bro, doing awesome. Doing awesome. I'm looking forward to tonight, man. This will be fun. You know, lot of the evidence is about how a spinning ball doesn't work comes from aviation. And regardless of what these pilots are willing to say in public, you know, they sign non-disclosure and NDA, non-disclosure agreement, where they're really not supposed to be talking about their job. And that's pretty simple, guys. That's not a big deal to understand. You know, you sign something and you go against it, and then you're going to run into the problems that are outlined in that agreement. So it makes pretty good sense. But you know, we got flatten the curve, Vika, and I always fucking applaud you for that one, bro. I love that video. You know, love that video, bro. So yeah, welcome everybody. Hi to everybody in the chats. Hopefully, yo, check out this piece of artwork right here, guys. This is a really super cool poster I got from one of my Instagram friends. Hopefully, she'll be up tonight and come hang out and say hello to us. Her name is Ari Mnemonic. I gravitate towards creative people. I always have, and that's how I got here. You know, I mean, Vika met on Facebook, being creative on these posts, and look at us now, right? So I love artists. I love creative people. That's what we're here to do. This is what makes us individuals, and we try to support each other in every different way we can, and that makes a big difference in society. You know, the creativity, even with all the arts and stuff, is still washed out of us in the school system. Yeah, I don't care how they slice it up and present it as beautiful. It's friggin' not. Okay, it's not. And that's about what I got to say. So yeah, welcome everybody. This is going to be a great show, and we're gonna hopefully point out a whole bunch of things that help everybody understand and be able to tell other people about how you can't navigate going 500 miles an hour, 6, 7, 8, 14, 2,300 miles an hour on a spinning ball. It doesn't work. So we're gonna cover a whole bunch of little different topics tonight, and I'm really psyched to be here with all you guys. So welcome, guys. Have a good time, bro. Thanks, Vika.
Yeah, brother, absolutely. You have that amazing background, bro. That's freaking amazing.
Isn't that
That's
cool?
beautiful, right? So
Yeah,
yeah, shout
thanks,
out to
man.
the artist too. And
I'm sorry.
yep, I said shout out to the artist too.
Yeah,
You including, bro. So for setting that up, that's beautiful. Oh
yeah,
yeah, brother, absolutely. The AI might be taking out the creativity and killing it in reality, right? But yep, there's always some possibility of being still creative with those AI, right? Absolutely, brother. Yep.
yeah, bro.
Oh yeah, and let's say also hello to our next panelist, our brother Vladimir from Ironworks 92,000, doing amazing work on Flat Earth. Let's get him. Hey, brother, how you doing?
Hey, Vika, I'm good, brother. Gene, what's going on, family?
What's
I
up, bro?
appreciate you for. I'm good, man. I'm good, man. You know, I really appreciate you guys for having me on. Chat, what's good, chat? What's good? What's happening? It's good to see y'all. Tron, how you doing?
What's going on?
Yeah, man. All right, all right. Yeah, man, just to basically jump off of what I don't want to say piggyback because in the military, you know, we actually hate saying the piggyback thing. But kind of to jump off of what Gene said earlier. You know, a lot of these pilots, actually damn near all these pilots, right? They sign a non-disclosure agreement. So let's remember that part. Let's be courteous and respectful to what it is they have to be involved in and to deal with, because basically these guys are a little bit more advanced and not trying to minimize what it is they do. They get us from point A to point B, right? With a very complicated piece of equipment. And so their knowledge base is pretty deep, and so I appreciate them and I applaud them for the job that they do. Now, to kind of move forward with that, we've come to a bottlenecking area, and now where it's either is it true or is it not true? And what is true? It's just true that they have to conform to a piece of paper saying that you're not going to fly this aircraft a certain way. Why is that? It's because of this. Whether they can announce that or not, we'll speak we'll speak the truth. And if we're speaking falsehoods or if we're speaking something incorrect, we'll be corrected accordingly. But as long as we're telling the truth, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. We didn't sign any non-disclosure agreement saying, "Hey, we're going to say what it is that you guys do," based off of what reality is. And that's it. That's it. We're not going to sit here. There is no debate. There is no argument. We're not going to raise our voice. We're not going to make fun of nobody. We're just going to put things out as they are. And that's it. And I'm good with that. I appreciate you guys for bringing me on. Thank you. I think we've got a lot of work ahead of us because times are getting interesting and people are uncomfortable. And so they want a little bit of relief from that discomfort. The flat earth is what it is, man. The true earth is going to give them that comfort, whether they want to believe so or not. And we're going to be here to provide that education. And that's all I got. I land my plane. And again, thank you for having me.
Oh, yeah, brother. Absolutely a pleasure. Yeah, this is the thing. These people, when they're putting out shit, speaking how it's not possible on a flat earth, that is the thing. We are answering them, right? This is for educational and entertainment and how do you call that? When you criticism purposes only, right? So we are in all our right to look at it and break it down because a lot sounds and looks like bullshit. So absolutely, we're going to get into depth in the second part of this whole aviation thing with these two people. Still, I have some things to play for warm up, but before we do that, let's say hello to Tron. Tron, welcome, brother. First time here on our panel.
Thank you.
Tron, so everybody know him that he do live on TikTok. You can find him with the same handle, Tron, with
Yes.
a AE map. Amazing,
Yes.
right? So
Yes.
he was also on Nathan's tour video clips.
Yes.
He's amazing. He
Cool.
has amazing stuff points. He handles quite a lot of globies together. So it's a pleasure to have you, Tron. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing fine, man. I'm glad you brought me up, and I wanted to be a part of it. I wish I could have been here last week, but I had to run. You know, life called. I had to do some things, but I'm very glad to be up discussing this specific issue concerning flight mechanics and the misinformation that is being put out concerning flight mechanics. I actually went and I put together a very small presentation, PowerPoint presentation dealing with the basics of flight mechanics. If anybody wants to go to my TikTok and look at it, just take a few minutes. It gives you a simple breakdown so maybe newer flat earth people can have a basis of how to understanding the gyroscopes, attitude indicator, basic flight mechanics. And I based it off helicopter. because nobody ever talks about the helicopters. And the main thing is this, and I've had several I have several people come on my panels. I have fake pilots that are pretending to be pilots, and we bust them quickly, and I figured out pretty quickly. Then I have genuine pilots that come up that just believe what they believe, and I get right into the attitude indicator. That is major. And also then I have disingenuous pilots that are coming up specifically to spread misinformation, and I flat smack them down extremely difficult because of what they're doing, and I know that they're doing it. If people could just understand how basic flight mechanics works in the real world of aviation, and the attitude indicator is the knockout punch. They cannot get around the attitude indicator, no matter how much psychobabble they give you. So I'll land my plane on that for now, Vikka.
Pun intended.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There are many fake ones. Like same way now with the new technology that people can jump on TikTok and say whatever. The same thing have been also happening on Facebook for many years. There are many fake pilots, globy pilots, trying to, in groups and on pages, trying to say the people, the Earth is a globe, but they can never really have evidence. That is the reason we made flatten the curve, right? So the same thing is happening, bro. So it's absolutely destroys the globe Earth, the aviation, for sure. All of the vessels that moves in this any environment, the way they move and the way the system works destroys
Yes.
everything that moves in physical space. Oh yeah, brother, absolutely. We're gonna get into that with more detail because these people are making a lot of shit up. So for sure, we're gonna.
Thank you. And we need to meet that misinformation head on with real information, and then have people go look and study for themselves so they can see and know what's happening. So I'm encouraged because now they come up 2 pilots at a time mysteriously. It's their latest move, I think, to try to trick people. Anyway, but it's easily handled if you just know a little bit about flight mechanics. You can easily handle it, but you got to know what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, and there's also so much to expand on each of those, like even the communications and how these work. Well, okay, before we get that, let's get warm up. I'm gonna play a clip. Shout out to DJ New Moon for his new track. We're gonna be playing that, and let's get warmed up a bit. Yep.
The truth will prevail, it won't steer us wrong. Lift your voice, let it resound. The truth will prevail, it won't steer us wrong. above, just past the veil. Firmament high, we will not fail. Jesus reigns, the King of Kings. In his hands, the peace he brings. He's the light, the truth our guide. In this flat earth, we'll take pride. Lift your voice, let it resound. The truth will prevail. It won't steer us wrong, 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 wrong. No spin. No tilt. Stars dance across the sky. Across the sky.
Yeah, shout out to DJ New Moon for that awesome video and music video. And Mikey Smith for doing that job too. Yo, absolutely. Just one more thing I have to play, and then we are almost done. We are getting into this aviation thing with these clowns. Absolutely. Just one more thing, guys. Alrighty.
Looking at copper in relationship to the sciatic nerve, and I found some fascinating information. Number one, there's all sorts of different types of therapy that use copper for inflammation and pain, like copper bracelets, copper patches, copper cream, and even a brace that you could wrap around your upper hip area that can cover the sciatic nerve, or at least the origin of the sciatic nerve, and it's laced with copper. And a lot of people are reporting amazing results with that. and we don't really know exactly why copper can help pain and inflammation. And I'm talking about just topically putting it on the body. I mean, something could be actually potentially kind of being absorbed maybe, but maybe not. But I know copper is a very conductive metal. And so maybe it does something with the electrical fields that are out of balance in the area of pain. I don't know.
You can have your oscillating circuits. See those on your body? Your whole body is one big electrical crystal or one big circuit. And when you place copper around these selected areas, you enhance that circuit or meridian line. And if your cells are not spinning correctly or improperly the wrong direction, you result in illness. If your cells are corrected and spinning back the opposite way, you no longer have illness. So as you can see right here, wrapping the body with copper in these different areas can help the meridian lines and the conductive pathways of your body. So it's fascinating because you get into here and you talk, and Lakovsky used to talk about how everything was oscillating, everything was spinning. If things are not spinning correctly, they do not function properly. So same with this fan. If this fan is not spinning the right way, it would cause illness. But if it is spinning the correct way, then we begin to heal. So as we get into more into these areas, everything is about the vortex. And I'm going to kind of do a little things with this. Everything talks about being in the vortex. And when things are not in the vortex or vortexing, then all types of issues start to occur. Now, what's also interesting is this book. This gets fascinating. This talks about the work of Nikola Tesla and how Nikola Tesla was creating a device in 1899 which could resonate the entire world at the
Most people don't even know this because it has been hidden from us all the time. Look at this. And this is what Google has to say about the benefits of copper. It helps your body make red blood cells and keep nerve cells and your immune system healthy. And as we can see, it also helped Matume. Look, copper bracelet cured my depression and anxiety. Almost 2 years of meds now. Google is also saying this, look. Copper may also act as an antioxidant, reducing free radicals that can damage cells and DNA.
Your brain is copper and carbon. Dr. Sebi said that. Your brain is copper and carbon. So you need copper for your brain to function and for your whole body to function. And Morley Robbins was talking about how we only need 1 milligram of iron in our body per day. The rest is supposed to be coming from copper. So think about this imbalance that we're having. We have no copper over here, and then we have all this iron and all this plastic over here. This is going to gunk us all up, just like those pipes. It's going to block up those pipes, which what's it's going to do to the body? It's going to block up the pipes of the body, or the electrical pathways of the body, or the meridian lines that run up and down the entire body. So if you think about it, if you take the copper away, then now you're overloaded on iron. And iron doesn't conduct too well. But if we're conductive crystals, if you take out all the copper, you have no more conductivity. Then you start having people having inflammation, their lymphatic system's all messed up, they can't think, their stomach's all messed up. Start seeing all these things and going, kind of makes sense because nothing is flowing. There's no energy that's flowing.
I'm going to tell you the reason why all the ancients used to wear copper. First of all, before I tell you, you must understand the meridians of the human body. So your body has these meridian lines. It's basically how electrical energy flows through the body through these lines and gives energy to these specific organs and places within your body. Now copper, the atoms of copper vibrate very highly and they give off a lot of etheric energy. So by wearing copper around these meridian lines enhances the flow of energy within your body. Okay, so let's say you have a joint pain in your wrist, you'd wear a copper bracelet, and this will enhance the energy flow and give energy to these bones and meridians, which will help rejuvenate the wrist. Or you can just wear them in general to increase the flow of electrical energy within your body and sync up with a higher consciousness.
We are electrical being, guys. Copper is magical, and especially in combination with the magnet that helps also for the circulations. Or we are energy points, right? If we see it, our body, everything is around is electric. So guys, do share. I've shared the link. If anybody wants one, the link is also there in the description. And shout out to Jack for ordering one of the bracelets today, yeah, these are unisex, man, woman, thin wrist, big wrist. Everything is adjustable with the magnet. If you want one, you can get one. The properties are really amazing. So that's being said, guys. Yep, let's get back to these people who are claiming that aviation doesn't work on a globe, on a flat earth, right? So I'm gonna start this. So
And this is
maybe
super
this we
exciting.
have seen already some part. I'm gonna play some highlight few, so even Tron also have an idea, right? This is for research and educational purposes only, and for criticism purposes only. Oh yeah, absolutely. Shout out Dave for ordering one. Yours should be reaching anytime. It's already a few days that is left Spain. So absolutely shout out to you, brother, and also to Jack for the support. Really appreciate. And let's listen to these clowns. That being said, also that these people are putting shit out, so we are in all our right to break it down and show their stupidity, right?
When it comes to flat Earth.
Dave, if you want to jump in, let me know. We'll send you the link in the private. RG, your link is in Telegram.
Earthers and aviation. And this huge misunderstanding leads to things like them thinking taking a spirit level on a plane would somehow settle this debate over flat Earth and globe. What is this misunderstanding that they have causing them to come up with these bizarre experiments?
It comes down to one thing. They do not understand how up and down works on a globe. If you could pass me that globe, I can do a quick demonstration. It seems that there are some, and I never say all, I always say some flat earthers who believe that south is down, okay? But on the globe, down is towards the center of the globe. So my finger is showing the direction of down at various points on the globe. And not understanding this, and not understanding that if you have a direction of down, you have 90 degrees to that, that's horizontal. So that's how aircraft instruments define horizontal, by knowing the direction of down and going 90 degrees to that. That's horizontal. So when we talk about pitch attitude, we'll come back to that later, the horizontal that they're referring to is 90 degrees to down, and that direction of down changes around the Earth. If they could understand that, most of their claims and arguments are just empty, worthless information, because it does not apply to the situation on the Earth.
Now, I remember Rob Skiba, before he passed away, was talking about taking a spirit level onto a plane. Probably most famously, D. Marble, a flat earther, not only took a spirit level on a plane, but also filmed it. And they seemed to think that this shows that we don't live on a globe and that the Earth is flat. The biggest misunderstanding that I see on this particular spirit level thing is in their assumption, based on where you start on the globe, the spirit level would maybe look like this. If you start here,
check out
and
this clownry, yeah?
along the globe, it would change. So, but what they're not acknowledging is that no matter where you are on the globe, you're going to start here.
Yes.
And so let's demonstrate that here. I'll let you hold this.
The difference is, if I can just show that, flat earthers think this should happen.
Yes.
But what actually happens if you hold the spirit level is this. So the spirit level is always at the position of up, because up is opposite to down, and down is always towards the center.
Do you see what they are doing, right, Tron? Do you see that?
One of the things that I hear
this
most
guy is
frequently
full of
from
shiza. Sorry, I had to say it.
In yeah, crap, right, in German.
Yes. Unbelievable. I don't even know where to get started, but I'm sorry. This is really pathetic already pathetic. Are you there? Can you hear me, Vikka?
Oh yeah, we hear you.
Okay.
Iron, what do you think about that explanation?
That explanation was pathetic, very deceptive. And this guy to the right, who's supposed to be, I guess, a pilot, I don't know, He's a moron, and he's given misinformation. And I wish he would come up on one of my panels, and I would flat smack him down immediately.
There we go. And I think you want to know something, guys. So excuse me for the echo, but this is what's important. I think this episode that you're holding right now, this is like that moment of truth. Who's going to be there to combat what Tron is saying right now, right? Who's going to be there to go against what he's saying? This is very important to see who's going to come out and defend this globe right now based off of what Tron is saying. So for people out there that might be on the fence, right? Whether you believe in the globe or you don't believe in the globe, or you're thinking about the flat earth, I would recommend you get your friends and start watching from this point forward. Those that may think that you're full of crap because pilots say this, pilots say that, well, open up your ears, open up your eyes, and listen. And so for all you pilots that think that this is a globe, this is your opportunity to come on out and speak your piece, or else forever hold it. You understand? That's how I feel about it.
And they're not, well, I'll just wait to comment more as we go along here. So far, it's just a bunch of pile of crap so far. As far as I'm concerned, that has nothing to do with flight. The real world of flight mechanics does not work like that guy just demonstrated with that stupid globe.
Yeah, the spirit level should show the movement of the bubble, because you're gonna see it when the plane is ascending. When it takes off, you're gonna see it moving.
Absolutely.
And when it's descending, it should show.
Right, and
right,
also,
it's gonna move.
And also,
go ahead.
as it goes, here's the problem: the attitude. They can say whatever they want, but they cannot get around how an attitude indicator functions and how it works. The attitude indicator does one thing and one thing only. It tells a pilot what is the orientation of the aircraft. That's all it does, and it does it in real time. So if they're ascending like so, right, they're going up. Attitude indicator is going to show, hey, you're going up. Then they have to get level at some point and they fly straight and level. The problem is, I ask them all the time, I say, at what point does an aircraft get level on a sphere? And then I listen to the buffoonery they come up with, because the answer is it's impossible to get level on a sphere unless you do this stupid thing that this idiot over here did. You cannot get level on a sphere. It's impossible. And that's why it doesn't ever show. That's why their attitude indicators will show that they are level and flying straight, because they are actually going over something that's level and not, and we didn't even get into the spin of the earth. There's nothing on a flight instrument panel at all that accounts for curvature or spin of the earth. It does not exist. Okay. And if they say anything different, they're just dumb and don't know any better, or they're willfully lying. I'm telling you right now.
And you know what? How did he introduce our level experiment? By calling it what? Something like ridiculous or something like that? He's projecting right away,
Yeah. Well, this is so far. I'm embarrassed for this guy on the right. Now, Duffy, we know he's a liar to begin with. The fake pastor. Oh my God. And then not to mention the fake flat earther that did the filming, right? He was on my panel the other night.
Oh boy.
Hell, he was awful. He seems so sincere, but he's so sincerely lying. Anyway, this guy over here, this so-called pilot, I want to hear what he has to say. So far, I've heard nothing but crap.
Get ready for
more. Yeah, Duffy was here too. Yeah, he was like, yeah, for sure. He got cooked. Oh yeah, Gene, go ahead. You wanted to add something before we continue, or Iron?
No, I'm good, bro. Thanks.
Flat earthers is something about pitch data.
Yes.
And they like to bring up pitch data, which I think is just another misunderstanding.
Absolutely.
And they seem to think that the pitch data is going to drastically and radically change throughout a flight around the globe. Explain why that's not the case.
It's the same fundamental problem of not understanding that down changes direction as you follow the globe.
Okay, before we get into this pitch data thing with these people, we have gone the last week a bit into about these two. Just a question, Tron, like you've been debating these people for a while right now, right? How
Yes.
did you get your background in aviation about all this?
Well,
You
I spent 15 years working on helicopters. Okay, specifically at the training helicopter for the. I worked at a base in Florida where all Navy, Marine, and Coast Guard beginner pilots would go through to learn how to fly. They would learn on a small helicopter. It was a Bell Jet Ranger. And they had many different models, but they had one that's called a TH-57 Model A utility helicopter. It was a Bell helicopter, very simple helicopter. It had mechanical gyroscope in it, older one, okay? So, and that's where we burn them every time on that. But I spent years on that. I know that aircraft very, very well. I've met countless instructors. I've got friends of mine that are retired that have flew those helicopters that are not flat earthers, but they were honest enough to admit to me how the attitude indicator works. Okay. So, and I've spent years studying it and looking at it as well. So that would be my background.
oh yeah, into like more or less, you were more into aeronautic engineering, more or less, right? As I understand.
Yes, basically, yes. So, I worked on them. I was around them continuously. I know exactly what the instrument panel looks like. Oh, it's been several years. I've been out of it for years, but I spent 15 years. That's what I did every day. And
awesome.
And I know
awesome. Welcome. Yeah, welcome to the club, sir, because I don't know what it is. Like we have all the people around us, flat earthers, who are all ex-veteran, the whole Flat Earth documentary. I don't know if you have seen the documentary Flat Earth the Curve, but
yes.
So all these people we know from here, from social media, our friends, right? From known like other people, right? So there are people. So I don't know what it is, but Gene would also second that we have all of our friends, these kind of friends are flat earthers, are all ex-veteran and who are really understand how all this system works, and that's freaking amazing. And there are so many other people who are coming ahead, and there are so many people I am in contact who are like these ex-veterans, and literally they are telling the truth, right?
And I've run into some pretty sharp guys that try to defend the globe, which made me even further go deeper in understanding the gyroscopes, the attitude indicators, the whole systems, because they can be slick. But the bottom line is, I'm telling you, it's so simple. They cannot get around the attitude indicator. No matter how much they desperately try, they make themselves look like fools, because you can't fly around a curve in a curved line and then claim you're flying in a straight line. It's ridiculous.
They want it all both ways.
Exactly.
Everything they come across.
It's simple. It's very simple. It's so simple that you have to have help to misunderstand it. It's extremely simple. Anything that deal with flat Earth stuff is simple and easy to understand. It's complicated when you move to this heliocentric hypothesis BS. That's when it gets complicated.
You know what? I really think it's designed that way to keep most people confused quickly, and they just bail out and hand all their thoughts over to authority and say, well,
right.
They must know better than me, because what the fuck are they talking about?
I don't bail. I'll go all the way out, punch for punch, because and I'm not saying I know everything. Don't get me wrong, but I know the truth, and all you need is the truth. I know the truth, and I have found over the years that the attitude indicator, they can't get around it, especially when you go back a few years before they had all the fancy electronics now, and then all the new electronics is all based on a globe. There has software that's all been put in there, the new stuff, right, on the aircraft, right? Well, just go back a few years before they didn't have any of that, when all they had was mechanical vacuum-driven gyroscopes. Right?
Yes.
They can't get around it.
Yeah,
all
exactly.
the way to World War II, it's impossible.
Exactly. And another thing that they love to use They love using the whole, well, we got GPS and GPS shows, and I'm like, well, we've been flying years before there was GPS.
Right.
And so, and they fail to mention, of course, they want to mention the curvature. It takes into account curvature, but then I'm like, okay, there are two components there's another component you're missing. Remember, it's moving still. So at what point are you going to take into account the movement of the Earth beneath the aircraft? And that's another one that they just fail to forget. Or they fail to remember.
What they're going to try to do, if you get a slick one, I had a slick one come up the other day. They get into what's called the WAAS, the WASP, which is the Wide Area Augmentation System. All right. And they want to trip you up with all that stuff. But I'm telling you right now, that supposedly works on GPS through satellites and everything. But here's the problem. It does not have anything to do with the attitude indicator. It has nothing to do with pitch and roll, period, of the aircraft. So they can say what they want. It doesn't affect the attitude indicator. So we're back to the attitude indicator again. You just got to know a little bit about it.
Anyway. Yeah, speaking about helicopter and altitude indicator, shout out to Rob Taylor. He's also an helicopter pilot, right? Was there in Flatten the Curve. Absolutely. Yeah. Also engineering. So this is the thing with the ADI, it's an instrument that depends on a flat horizon, right? If there's any curve to it, that indicator ADI is not going to work, right? And the life of all the people, including the pilot, depends on that ADI, right? Yeah. You cannot fly in the night without an ADI, no matter what you have got. It's not possible. So you have an instrument. Yeah, somebody was saying something, or I was hearing something. Yeah, so you have it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I think I was clearing my throat. I'm sorry, Vikka. Go ahead.
So yeah, you have a gadget that depends. Everybody's life depends on that gadget, and if that gadget is not working, the plane cannot navigate, right? There's not going to be orientation in the night for nobody without that line, which is still following that ADI is still following that line. Even if you don't see it in the night, that's your axis of up and down, right?
Exactly. It's very important. It's very important, also, if they're flying at night or flying through clouds, or how about fog? It's important, okay?
Oh, yeah. You can lose your orientation in a second, right? If it continues and there is not that instrument, right? And it's flat. So, yep. Let's hear.
And because down is changing direction, so is horizontal. Again, if we have the globe. So if we look at the globe here, horizontal is there, but if we move to this part of the Earth, horizontal is like that. Now, pitch data is being measured from horizontal at the location of the aircraft. And what flat earthers believe, or what some of them claim, is that this is the only horizontal there is. And so that as the plane goes around, it should be pitching down from this horizontal. What they're not realizing is that the horizontal is changing with the curvature of the Earth, 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles. Pitch data is measured from the horizontal at the airplane.
Now, I brought along this little model airplane, which has a pitch to it.
Yes.
Should we give it a number?
Oh, that would be about 5-10 degrees, yeah.
Okay,
that's fine. Yeah.
So this model airplane here, which I think is a 737, has about a 5 to a 10 degree pitch on it. And so if I put it on this globe here, and this flight is now flying around the globe, has the pitch changed?
It hasn't. It hasn't. When you look at it externally, as we see, it looks like the plane is pitching down. But again, if you look at it from the perspective of the aeroplane, where the pitch data is actually...
This guy's full of crap.
Yeah.
I want to debunk it right now. It doesn't matter. He's full of it because it doesn't matter what they might see or anything. What matters is the attitude indicator doesn't care about any of this bull crap. As soon as the orientation of that aircraft changes, if it's going to go around a ball, and they can invoke gravity, atmospheric pressure.
Just a sec, Tron, just a sec. Ironberg, I think you're hot micing.
Sorry about that.
Vlad. And you have echo too. Go ahead, Tron. Sorry.
I was going to say what he's explaining is misinformation, or he's just an absolute ignoramus, because the attitude indicator will not lie. It doesn't care about anything. It just knows if your orientation changes, if that aircraft's orientation changes, it's going to show in real time on the attitude indicator. So if the airplane's ascending, can you all see this? It's going up, right? Attitude indicator is going to show that. Then they're going to get level. How do they know they're level? Really level. Attitude indicator is going to show it. But now he's saying that they're mysteriously going around a ball. Whether they're doing it or the stupid ball is turning underneath it, the fact is the orientation is changing because it's not able to get level, and it will show in the attitude indicator in real time. They can't get around it. But in the real world of flight mechanics, the pilots never see that or experience it because it's not happening. They're not going over a ball. It's as simple as that, okay? And I've never heard such ignorance in my life that they're trying to do with Duffy and this weirdo. I'm sorry. I'm embarrassed for this guy. They must be paying him something. I don't know.
Yeah, brother, absolutely. Because if the plane is banking, it's going to show in that altitude indicator.
Absolutely.
Why is it not going to show when it's pitching down?
And
right?
not only that, it's roll. Don't forget, you have pitch and you have roll. Both are going to show. That's what the attitude indicator does. It's going to show, period, no matter what they say. And I don't care what the system is. I like to take them back years ago before they had any of the fancy electronic ones now and use the old vacuum-driven gyros. That's how they worked. And they all work exactly the same today in spite of all the fancy names and words they get for everything. I'm just saying, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Tron,
Yes.
Tron, let me ask you something. If you're in a plane and you have a glass of water sitting on your desk there, your little table, right?
Yeah.
Is that going to be level during the whole flight?
Well, not if you're ascending, right?
Well, the water will be level, but it would probably spill out then at that point.
Water is always going to go level. Let me correct myself here. Water is always going to go level, right?
Right. So at that point, when the glass tilts, the water is going to stay level and spill out, wouldn't it?
Possibly, yeah. Depends how much you got in your glass.
Okay, but it's still going to, the glass will say, let's say, have a 10-degree angle at whatever the pitch is to get out of off the ground into the air, but the water is going to stay level. So, right, if it's not full enough, it won't spill, but if it's full enough, it will spill.
Right, and they're looking at and the fact is, they know their gyro, the attitude indicator. I mean, it's just a reality. I've had pilots admit to me this far. I'll say, if you're going like this, what does it say? That said, does the attitude indicator show it? Yes. I'll say, when you get level, does it show it? They'll say yes. I say, okay. So, and then they always invoke gravity, most of them. I said, so what's making your aircraft go around the ball? It doesn't matter what they say. They could say autopilot. They could say themselves. They could say atmospheric pressure. They could say gravity. Whatever. Something is forcing magically their aircraft to follow the curve. But if that is the case, then the aircraft is constantly changing its orientation. It will never get level in the real world if we lived on a sphere. And they know this to be true, but the cognitive dissonance sets in because they're watching this new fancy electronics they got today. And then what happens is in the real world of flight, they're not seeing that. It's not showing on the attitude indicator. And the reason why is because it's not happening. They're not flying over a sphere. It's really that simple. I'm sorry. It's just that simple. And they can get mad about it all they want. And some of them do get mad. The fake pilots give up and run away. I've had them admit being fake. I've had like 5 or 6 of them sneak up. And the next thing you know, they're talking nonsense. But I've had several mediocre pilots that seem to sort of know what they're talking about. But most of them are not super experienced pilots. I don't think very, very experienced pilots want to discuss this because they know the truth. So, but usually it's the low level, just got my license, I got 500 hours or some crap like that. And they're the ones that come in there, and I think that they get some sort of, they must have a group, they get together, they get their talking points, and then they try to jump in there and act like they know stuff. And I do the same thing every time. Let's talk about the attitude indicator. And every time it turns into a problem.
Oh yeah, because they just want people to believe that the plane is doing it by itself.
Magically.
The plane is never going to do anything by itself.
Well, Vikka, they invoke gravity. Gravity's making the plane do something. Okay, fine. Let's say gravity's making something happen. Then gravity is forcing the aircraft to change its orientation, which will show on the attitude indicator, but it doesn't because it's not happening. Period. Sorry, it's not happening.
Oh yeah, and the pitch data they're speaking about, it's absolutely one of the biggest proof, a real data.
Yes.
That destroys. You are having a straight graph of the sea level, the ascending, the cruise, and descending. It's right there, the data, right?
Yeah.
The same way it's showing the ascent when it's take off is there in the data with every altitude every minute. And when it's descending, it's there registered in that data. So if there's a curve going on or anything in relation to the ground, to the sea level, it should register. Yes, go ahead.
And it's done in real time. Real time. As they're going along, it's done in real time. Okay. At some point, and then they'll try to say, well, I always fly. They'll admit they fly with their nose up, whatever, a little bit with their nose up. But guess what? If gravity is forcing the aircraft to go around a curve, it's going to have to nose down somehow. They want us to believe that it's like, I wish I had a globe. Here's my globe. They want us to believe that it's flying like this around the globe. So what's it going to keep going like this and then start flying backwards at the bottom of the globe? It's ridiculous. That's not what's happening. Eventually it's got to go like this, and this moron can say what he wants. There is up and down. It exists. Sorry.
Oh yeah.
Because what if an aircraft is leaving up here and going down here, and then another one's flying here and going up there, and they pass each other? How you doing? Come on, man. It's 2 different directions. They can make up. See, it's a psyop. It's misinformation, and they expect people to watch it and go, oh yeah, No, we're here to wake them up. Pay attention. There is up and down. You think I'm kidding? Every lying picture from NASA always shows the Earth in the same position, right? There's an up and there's a down. Now, we know NASA's full of it and all lies, right? But they still believe it as there's an up and a down on their stupid globe. It's silly. It's
really, and one thing, Tron, their idea that they're saying that the plane is slightly up, that has nothing to do with gravity. Is nothing to that the plane is not climbing. That is supposed to be the angle of attack that the plane needs to cut through to be level.
Yes,
I have mentioned this many times that the plane, when it's flying level, it is 3 degree nose up, right? Watch flatten the curve, right?
Almost, right.
Exactly. So that's 0 degree on the ADI. People have to understand that.
It's simple. And the fact is this, the fact that, in my view, the fact that you got a lying fake pastor with this guy who I don't know how he can get up here and say what he's saying with a straight face. The fact that they're even making some sort of video, to me, says a lot about our movement, because we're making serious inroads and people are believing us and not believing them, because what they're saying, just by looking at the surface level of what they're saying, it's stupidity. It's laughable. All you got to do is look at the basics of flight mechanics, take the mainstream narrative crap out of it, and they'll come to the conclusion real quickly that just maybe we're telling the truth, just maybe. Anyway.
Oh yeah. Iron, are you there, brother?
Yeah, I'm totally here, man. I want to let Tron cook. I'm gonna let him cook, man. I'm gonna let him do his thing. Tron, I got a quick question for you.
Yeah.
The INU. If you could better talk about the INU real quick.
Dude, you were breaking up. Say it again.
The Inertial Navigation Unit, the INU.
Flat, are you in an empty auditorium?
Yeah, you're echoing. You're echoing. I don't know. Yeah, did you change your mic or something, Vlad? Before you were coming in good when you entered, but you have a lot of echo, or not echo, but it's like, yeah, you sounds like you're in a bubble.
How about now? You hear me better?
No, did you change your mic or something from before?
All right. Yeah, y'all keep going. I'll change it. Hold on.
All right.
I'm done. I said my piece. I'm mainly talking and kind of venting as we talk, because I'm frustrated already with the crap I'm seeing from this video. But
oh yeah, we'll listen to it a few more.
Being derived from, it's not changing at all as it flies around curve.
Yeah, and the important thing is I can move this plane anywhere along this globe, and the pitch is not changing. So understanding the globe model and the globe predictions is.
So this is the thing about the pitch, right? They are thinking that the plane is pitching and it's always pitching and is going around the ball.
yeah, right? It's but he's saying words like, if you understand the globe model. So based on assumptions, they're using assumptions to try to prove the point about flight mechanics, and they're trying to force the real world of flight mechanics to fit into this heliocentric hypothesis garbage. And it doesn't really work. To someone that doesn't care, they would go, oh, yeah, whatever. But to those of us that have looked into this stuff, this is garbage. It's not true. It's not true. Sorry. And they're not talking about the attitude indicator. Has anybody talked about the attitude indicator yet from these guys? I haven't heard anything. Have you heard?
Oh, maybe in the because we last time we just did 50%. Yeah.
Yes. Can you guys hear me better? Am I better now?
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Oh yeah, it's much better.
You sound like you're in an empty auditorium, bro. That's all.
Yeah, man. All right. Okay. So yes, they've been talking about the ADI as if that's their draw four. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's their Uno card. And I'm like, yeah, that's okay. So the gyro, and then they talk about the INU, the Inertial Navigation Unit, and that's what I wanted to ask you about, right? If you know anything about that, the INU.
I know that it's more. I don't know super much about it. I know it's all. I believe, isn't that the one that don't they have software programmed into that?
Yes.
That's the problem. See, the software they program. It's kind of like the new theodolites today, right?
Yep.
The older theodolites, they program software, and so they got software programmed into this stuff that assumes a globe and that it assumes gravity. Okay, and they can do whatever they want. They can make anything they want. But what it doesn't do has nothing to do, as far as I know from my research, with anything to do with attitude indicator and pitch and roll and adjustment for curvature and adjustment for spin of the earth. None of that is happening as far as I can tell. And then they want to say it magically happens. It just magically happens. I had one person tell me that the manufacturer built all this stuff into these devices and it just happens. And I said, no, it doesn't, because you're forgetting about the attitude indicator. And I keep going back to the attitude indicator every time.
Oh yeah. How's that instrument again called? Uh, Vlad?
The inertial navigation unit, the INU.
Inertial
The
navigation what?
unit.
Unit.
Yeah.
Yeah, what is it? It's showing the maps and all this thing. What is that exactly doing, more or less, or showing you the route?
Yeah, basically it's got that. It's got a series of components involved in it, and it's got gyros and stuff like that. Definitely, I'm not a pilot. I do know that that was one of the pieces of gear, not that I had to maintenance, but that I had to secure in case we had a fire of unknown origin and stuff like that. So I know that definitely dealt with navigation and the like, and basically understanding where the what the standard of the airplane was in comparison to the earth beneath it. So I know that pilots and the like love talking about INU and anything involving the airplane's orientation to the ground, But the ADI is one that they talk about a lot. They talk about the ADI a lot, and it's a good thing you're here, Tron, to basically say, yeah, gyros. Okay, yeah, definitely flat. You know what I'm saying? Because now they really have nothing to run to. And so my thing is really, at the end of the day, if what you're saying is trash, if what you're saying is bullshit, yo, the floor's out there, guys. If what he's saying is bullshit, please challenge it. I dare you. That's the thing. This is the problem that they've come across, is that if you're lying, we got you. You understand? So people like Wolfie and pilots out there claiming this bullshit, if your name comes up, if they see your face, like put your face out there. That's all you got to do. Put your face out there and claim that it does otherwise. Either people are going to see you for who you are, and you're going to lose your job, or you better not be flying a plane if what you're saying is a lie. That's all I got to say about that.
And I'll tell you this: the INU systems, I'm telling you right now, they do not correct for curvature or spin of the Earth. It doesn't exist. I'm telling you right now, they're forgetting again. They're talking stuff. They're talking smack. It sounds cool. It sounds complicated, but it has nothing to do with correcting for the curvature, which would be the pitch and the roll of and curving over the Earth. And they're forgetting about the spin. But let's make it more complicated. At least two different spins: the spin of the Earth on its axis, but don't forget it's also being hurled through space at an astonishing 67,000 miles per hour. None of that crap has been built in to any system. It doesn't happen. They don't have it in there. All right. So how are they accounting for any of this crap? They don't have to, because it's not happening. It's very simple.
Well, I always thought nothing is really supposed to compensate for the spin, except for snipers doing their thing, and
there's no Coriolis adjustment bullcrap anywhere. I can't find any of it. If you go to NATOPS, if anybody knows what that is, go to my little presentation. I'm putting a little plug for my little PowerPoint that I got on my TikTok. Go check it out. See if anything in there I said was wrong.
Well,
wrong
about Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil deGrasse Tyson says that he calculated the Coriolis in I don't know how long it takes
kicking a football.
Yep. Yeah. So what's up with that? How does people get away with that?
The dude's a joke, man. It's unbelievable because people believe it. It's unbelievable. It's an absolute joke.
I don't know what else to say. He had to find out the orientation of the stadium, what latitude he was on, all kinds of stuff. And he did this all claiming to do it in the time they were setting up. He's like, oh, wait a minute.
Here, I got to
Yes. So a lot of the stadiums, what's crazy is I was looking at that. That's funny. They're orientated from a north to south. I think Aloha Stadium, the one in, of course, Aloha Stadium, the one out in Hawaii, that's another north to south. So I'm like, okay, so if you're kicking at Aloha, right. So if you're kicking at Aloha Stadium and you're kicking north, you have to kick it in such a way where basically you're not kicking at the goalpost, you're kicking to the right, to the immediate right of the goalpost, just so that the goalpost could catch the football going through.
You guys are friggin' crazy, bro.
Vikka, you know Aloha, right? Aloha from Florida. You guys know Vikka?
I heard of him.
Yeah, he's a good friend of mine. He uses an analysis which I think is very cool. He says golfers, people that golf, like professional golfers, their ball stays in the air a lot longer than any football, and they don't ever talk about figuring out, let me see what the Coriolis effect of the earth. I mean, you take that into account for when I hit my ball and all this.
Yeah.
It's all bull.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Absolutely. And they have a lot of golf courses. They have a lot of golf courses in Hawaii. So that means you have to remember that at Hawaii, the reason I keep saying Hawaii is because Hawaii is right next to the equator. And everybody talks about the equator because that's the fastest speed that you're gonna achieve at like 1,000 miles an hour. Now, if you're anywhere in the Northeast of the United States, New York, Ohio and stuff like that, VA, like we're talking about like 800, almost 850 miles an hour of rotation, Earth's rotational speed. And so people they love to forget that part. It's like, oh yeah, it's curving. Oh yeah, and it's moving at 800 miles an hour. Let's forget about 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. So you got these guys playing golf, and they have to hit the ball in such a fashion because they have to overcome that 1,000 mile an hour rotational speed. Man, they over there capping, bro.
It's all a joke. When you think if they can get themselves out of the matrix and then take a look outside the matrix, they'll be able to see how ridiculous it all is. All of it is ridiculous. The geocentric, flat, plane, non-moving Earth with some sort of dome, firmament, is what we live on. That is what we live on, guys.
You know what it is? That people want to be in a clique, they run to the one with the biggest numbers. If there's 100 here, they'll go to the other one with 101.
Yep.
It's just like, that's what the school teaches you. You always want to be on the winning team. You always want, right? But
the problem, I'd say the biggest problem, Gene, with that is that it doesn't matter what the numbers are. It's either true or it's false. It's never mattered what the numbers were. You know what I'm saying? And so that's the dangerous part that they keep forgetting, that no matter how cool you think it is, no matter how sexy it sounds, and no matter how stupid we look, somebody's telling the truth and somebody's lying and somebody's actively lying. At this point, because of all the information that's been provided, you can't claim ignorance anymore. You can't. So this is the problem that these pilots face. And that's why so many of them, and I'm not going to talk shit about them and say they don't have balls, but it's a dangerous place, right? Because I understand they sign an NDA, they're making money. Jobs are hard these days, especially the federal ones. Last thing anybody wants is to lose their life and livelihood because, so I get it in that regard. Right. I get it in that regard.
Bro. Nobody wants to lose their job because they can't talk about something. And believe me,
because they're
not going to talk about it.
We saw what happened.
Just to add to that, before you continue, Aaron.
Yeah.
Regarding that, shout out to Tron and everybody who's in there in front of the curve who came ahead and said the truth, even in this time of suppression and disinformation. Yes. Sorry to cut you out, brother. Go ahead. And you included Aaron, Vlad. Yeah. You two included. Go ahead.
I appreciate it, man, because I get it. But I'd say for them, the ones that are keeping quiet, it's that silence. It's that you gotta think, because either you're gonna tell the truth, you're gonna lie, or you're gonna keep quiet. The ones I'm not really concerned about, the ones that are lying, because here's the thing. Nobody's a good liar. Nobody. And what I mean by that is this. You know how in the scriptures it says, everything under the sun will be revealed? Something to that degree. Maybe I'm not saying it right, but y'all know what the hell I'm talking about. Damn near every lie, it doesn't matter how long, it has an expiration date. So look at a lie as if it were milk. Look at a lie as if it was any piece of perishable equipment. It has a time's up, right? Some are longer than others, but it has that time. The problem with this that we're facing is that this lie has gone on for enough time, and now its time is up. You're either going to tell the truth, you're going to lie. But if you're lying about it, you've got another set of problems that you have to deal with. We really, really, the only thing we have to worry about now that we've already said what we said and they've seen our faces is ridicule. Really, that's it. Which me, I find, I'm like, whatever, that's blah. But now you got to look at the guys that aren't saying anything, because if something was either true or false, doesn't matter what it is. Hey, the Cardinals that play for freaking Arizona, not the Arizona Cardinals, but the St. Louis Cardinals for baseball, their colors are red. They wear red. It's either true or not true. And people will come out and be like, of course they wear red. Why are these pilots not saying anything? Why? Because if it was a falsehood, it's easy to come out and say, oh, that's not true, that's a lie. But the majority of these pilots are not saying a thing because it's true, that it's flat, level, and plain. And they have to fly it as such because it's no other way. NASA's not going to overcomplicate things because these pieces of machinery are complicated enough. Why are they going to go ahead and say, oh, and because it's a ball, this is how we fly it? Because that flight dynamic would tell you, hey, since it's a ball, this is how you have to fly it. Since it's a ball, pretend. No. They're like, hey, you're going to fly it flat and level and not moving because you're flying it flat and level because it's and not moving. It's as plain as that. But look at the guys that ain't saying shit. That's all I got to say.
Hey, look, Iron, I want to say this. I want to say to everybody that's listening and watching this little vid with Duffy and this other guy, this Wolfie guy. I find it amazing, and I'm astonished that they feel compelled to have to even make a stupid video like this. This tells me that we are making serious inroads in this arena, because why would they put something like this out? Who are they really talking to? They're not talking to Earthers. They're talking to
guys. Sherry Mack just put in the comments, so they have to sign a non-disclosure agreement, right? Which made me think, do they really? Is that a true fact that this guy right here is a pilot, and one day, after getting his license, he had to sign a non-disclosure agreement about not talking about his job?
Well, I could tell you this much. I'll be flat out, pun intended. I'll be flat out honest, right? I'm not a pilot. I'm not a pilot, so I couldn't tell you in those regards if they're signing a NDA or not, because I'm not a pilot. Never went to pilot school. I was an aviator, right? I was a naval air crewman, so I had tons of flight hours flying on a plane and all that. I was never a pilot. I've never claimed to be a pilot. Didn't go to pilot school.
Right,
now,
I heard you say that too,
with the military people, right? I've had them, not all of them, but you've had ones and twosies saying, you know what, we fly it flat and level. That's true. Don't say shit. You know why? It's not about an NDA. It's about rank. In the military, these guys want to make rank. They're not. It's not really about an NDA in that regard. Even though I'm sure there may be things that they're signing, right? But they don't want to be the odd guy. They don't want to be the weird officer. Nobody does, because this is a level of leadership that isn't to be toyed with. Everybody wants to get advanced. Getting more advanced is a little bit more responsibility, but it also means a bigger paycheck. So they're like, yo,
means you better behave yourself also, because if you
damn
don't, you're not getting
right.
anywhere, right?
Don't be the officer talking shit. Don't be the officer rocking the boat, because that's an easy way to find yourself as a pariah and then get yourself kicked. It's like anything else, man.
No, I was thinking more commercial pilots, though, actually, right? Because if that's true, something's wrong here. Because how is he allowed to talk about the globe, but he's not allowed to talk about the flat Earth? That's very strange. So I'm trying to figure this out right now. If
Well, don't
an
forget
NDA,
now,
then he's breaking his
also,
NDA right now for the globe.
Guys, we know, at least I hope you guys know, that Will Duffy is an admitted Mason. You guys know this, right?
Yes.
No.
Mr. Traveling Man. Yes, he is.
Absolute admitted Mason. He admitted it. He was asked if he was a traveling man. He gave the appropriate response without flinching. I have it documented when he was debating Nathan, right?
That's right. This was recently too.
Okay.
So So this other dude, I mean, is this other guy? Is he a Mason? What's going on here? Well, I mean, and if I mean, are they all? I think they're all in the same club to do what they're supposed to do, and that is exactly what they're doing now. Whatever they had to sign, who knows what they had to sign? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter.
Like what the parameters are, what they're allowed to say about what, because like right now, I'm like, what did he sign for? What is he not allowed to talk about? Talking about everything.
Well, so far, they're not. What they're saying is they're talking about nonsense. So, you know, they're not talking about real flight dynamic mechanics. I don't hear it.
Oh yeah.
I hear.
Oh yeah, having two toys in the hand, right, and just showing that this is how it goes. This is not how you are gonna prove any shit,
right? And they
right because
and they got a backdrop. They got a backdrop like they're sitting in some sort of aircraft hangar with this wheel on below this aircraft. That's probably just some kind of backdrop, you know, some sort of green
screen. I said this is what I said.
Is. They acted like they're sitting in some aircraft hangar and they're discussing. Give me a break. They probably went to lunch and said, "Here's what you're going to say. Here's what I'm going to say."
Oh yeah, and you can see there, when they're touching the ball. Yeah,
it's important because planes can fly over the curve and the pitch doesn't change, and so for people.
Oh yeah, this is the thing. The plane can fly all around the globe, but the pitch doesn't change. The whole plane, half the way, is freaking looking down.
That is
right.
Look, that's first of all, Duffy's full of crap. He doesn't know anything anyway. But this pilot's agreeing with him. If this truly is a pilot, this Wolfie guy, then that's misinformation. I'm sorry. They can say, and that guy on the right, Wolfie, he's not a young person. That dude looks to be, he's got to be pushing 60 years old. And there's no way he cannot know about how mechanical gyros work and all that stuff, because he would be old enough. If he really was a pilot a long time ago, I don't know anything about him. Then if that's the, he would know about stuff, and he's willfully just going along for whatever reason. And I'm
he's a dedicated anti-flat earther pilot. Just so you know, he's not new.
He's putting out misinformation right now.
Yeah.
Misinformation that could easily be debunked with the attitude indicator.
That's it.
I would force it on
somebody's telling the truth, somebody's lying. It's that simple.
It's that simple, because we both can't be right, people. We're not both right. Not on this one.
That's right.
And you have a known liar.
It's from the perspective of the plane.
Absolutely. And again, if they do that same demonstration,
Duffy, the fake pastor,
the plane is
telling
there.
you that God said it's okay to lie and crap like that. That bothered me badly when I heard him say that. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
What the plane is seeing is this. The pitch data is being derived at the aircraft and down.
This is such a big bullshit. The flight data is just taken because the Earth is moving. The flight data freaking is coming from the plane.
And let me tell you how much of a lie he is, because they do not teach that in NATOPS.
Right.
If you go to the NATOPS, if you dig it up with military pilots, at least they did for many, many decades, they're taught to assume a flat surface that's not moving. So here you got this moron acting like the Earth is moving underneath the plane. They don't teach that crap like that.
That's right.
And that man, if I wonder, was Wolfie in the military? Anybody know? Because if he was in the military, they didn't teach him that. If the first thing I ask all fake pilots, I call them all fake. Any pilot that I ever talk to that ever comes into a panel of mine, I ask them if they've ever been in the military. A lot of them have not been in the military. If they've been in the military, then I immediately go to NATOPS and I immediately start asking them questions, because they don't do this crap right here. I don't believe that's what they teach them at all. I'm sorry. That's misinformation as far as I'm concerned.
That's right. And we have our, I know for me as an aviator, I had my own NATOPS, and pilots have their own NATOPS as well, I noticed. And so I don't know if you as somebody that was maintaining the gear and stuff like that, if you guys have your own NATOPS. I'm sure you have a manual that you go by.
Everything is in NATOPS now, you can find, like I had a guy challenge me on my presentation last night. As a matter of fact, I was doing a live. Some fake pilot comes in, or somebody was griping about something. And he wanted me. He demanded that I tell him that I show him the TH-57 Model A indoctrination manual. And I said, why don't you go to NATOPS and find it? That's your homework. I mean, I'm not everybody's secretary. Go do some research. So there's all that stuff is everywhere. But on the older aircraft, it's being hard. It gets harder and harder to find crap, you know.
Yeah.
But it's there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Is always directly down towards the center of the Earth. So it makes perfect sense that flying around a globe, the pitch data is not going to change.
The thing flying around the globe, the plane, why does it need even fuel if it's just gonna be just hovering right there, right?
Yeah, why even fly it? Just hover and let the globe go underneath you to get to where you're going, right?
Yeah, just take a blimp. You don't even have to take a plane. Just take a blimp and hover.
This is the most ridiculous buffoonery I've ever seen in my entire life. This is asinine.
Yeah.
This is asinine because the aircraft are not designed to do that. The flight instruments are not designed to assume any of this bullcrap happening. It's all a complete bullcrap. It's garbage.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. And I hope everybody hears it. Challenge me. I don't care. This is crap. And
it's not that the atmosphere is rotating with the Earth. So how is the plane just being there? Where is it? Where is the distance traveled? And right?
They're trying to say that the aircraft isn't is the aircraft not accelerating? Is it not? Does it not got thrust and going in the air? I mean, is it not, or is it just like? Is the airplane now a helicopter that's hovering off the Earth and just let the Earth go underneath it? What kind of buffoonery is this? This is absolute buffoon. This is a clown show and a really good one. This is stupid.
Yep.
They must be paying this guy a lot of money, or he owes. Or he owes something, and this is his penance. I don't know, man. This is
because he's lying. He's on record lying.
Dude,
he's on record lying. He's on record lying.
I can't even believe I'm watching.
Oh yeah, I'm not even mad about it because my thing is he's on record lying, and everybody's seeing it. And it's like, you know what? There's going to come a point where he's going to have to answer for it. And I'm not talking about he's going to die and God is going to talk. No. I'm talking about soon. People are going to be in his grill being like, dude, that was you up there lying about the shit? What the fuck?
You know what I'm saying? I want to know how many pilots are going to stand up behind him. I want to know.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I find it comical. I have to realize who I'm watching, and I have to realize that this is just a show. It's not reality. I have to realize what I'm watching, that this is not real.
Yep.
Yeah, not in papers, not in instructions, not in devices, not in the whole vessel. Anywhere they can even show how this shit is working, right? What they are claiming. It's just words, right?
I agree. It's unbelievable. This is not the truth. Even if let's say there really was a globe and it really existed. This is still not how flight mechanics works. I'm sorry. This is buffoonery.
Yep. What's dangerous about this is that he's the professional. He's the actual pilot. So people are going to take his word for it. They're going to be like, well, he's a pilot. They're not going to do any research behind him. They're just going to take his word for it. That's the dangerous thing. And this is what I find so...
Exactly.
He's not going to come on my panel. I guarantee he won't come on any panel that I'm on.
No. You know that he already... he already made these blanket threats to Eddie Allen Carr, right? Flat Earth Banjo.
I did not know that. What happened to Eddie?
Well, you guys tell him. You guys probably.
I wasn't here. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, probably because Eddie was calling him out on his bullshit.
What kind of threats are we talking about? I mean,
he's like, I'm going to pay you. talking about I'm going to pay you a visit if A, B, and C, blah, blah, blah. Just sitting there flapping his gums, man.
Yeah,
Talking
but
shit.
it was years ago though, so
Oh,
it was
okay, all
just
right. 'Cause I
like
haven't heard
idle
anything about it.
stupidity.
So. I haven't
I'd remember some shit like that. I'd be like, okay, motherfucker, come see me. Excuse my language, y'all.
Yeah, I'm with you. Well, I get all kind of. You'd be surprised some of the messages I get in my TikToks and the DMs. Some of the crap that people say to me. It's funny, very funny.
Mm-hmm.
I don't take it personal because I know who they are.
But going back to what I was saying before, they want the bigger crowd because they're taught to do that. They're kind of taught to be on the winning side of things, right? At least they want to be. And I think they got this like fear of like they don't know what to do without that narrative. Because once part of it falls apart, the rest of it should really just fall apart with it. And I think they're just afraid that they don't know what to do without it. They're afraid of reality.
Well, I'm kind of
comfortable in friggin'.
So this is very recent video, then, right? This one here, because this is the first I'm seeing this crap from Duffy and this Wolfie guy. This is new stuff, right? Vikka, new stuff.
Oh yeah, a month old.
All right, because this is the first I'm seeing it right here, and I think what's happening is we're making some serious inroads when it comes to flight mechanics, and people are believing it because it's easy to understand it once you know the basics and it's explained properly. It's the only thing I can come up with because how could they do something as ignorant as this? I mean, people are going to believe it. I realize it, but I don't know. I don't think any flat earthers are going to believe this crap. I hope they don't. This is unbelievable. I'm actually,
I like the built-in pitch to his plane.
Sorry?
I like the built-in pitch to his plane. That's what I mean. So that plane is on a pitch. So you stand it up, and it's like this. You couldn't have a glass of water on your table like that, or if you had a bottle and stood it on your table, the water would be level, but the bottle would be crooked. And that's just exactly the way the spirit level
And
works.
let me tell you how stupidly moronic this is, because they're assuming that there's going to be no critical thinkers here. Let's critically look at this for a minute. That moron is spinning the globe in a particular direction. All right? Now, fly the other way. Turn it around, Duffy, and point your stupid airplane the other way while the ball is... Now what's going to happen? They're forgetting. They're not using critical thinking.
Exactly.
Everybody has to do. Just look at it. What if the Earth is spinning this way? Well, what if they turn it around and fly the other way? See, they're not.
Yeah.
It's so
exactly.
simple.
And the plane, the opposite side, the plane where is spinning for the plane coming from the opposite side. These guys are.
Yeah. They're using hyper boost. They're using hyperspace.
It doesn't look like they're smoking anything. Maybe they got some new drug they're on. I don't know. This is hilarious. This is. I'm embarrassed for them.
Tron, everybody in the chat is asking how to reach you and get in touch with you. So could you put your links up, bro?
Okay.
Are you able to
Oh, share it.
I'm on my iPad. Just look for Tron, my name. And my icon is an actual, not a Gleason map, but a flat Earth looking map. There's a lot of.
Oh yeah, it's a blue one. It's a blue one with an ice. Just look for TRON, and you're gonna find common friends, me, Gene.
Yes.
And so you know it's his. Oh yeah, and yeah, you can find him easy on TikTok. TRON, and with common friends like us.
I'm the only TRON Tron that has the flat Earth. The blue flat Earth map is the back. And whenever I go live, it's usually my backdrop when I do my lives. I'm on all the panels, everybody that has serious flat Earth panels. You'll probably see me eventually on there. If you know who they are, I'll give a shout out to Dip, Professor Rocky, people like that. Aloha, you know Aloha, right, Vikka? All these people, but I have my own. I do my own lives as well, and I've been getting a lot of good response. A lot of people coming after me, which is a good thing because I'm ready.
Oh yeah, and he was there also on he was also there on Nate's clip where Nathan Thompson met him in person, and he was sharing some amazing stuff. And yeah, shout out to
I
Yeah.
want to give a shout out to Nathan. I know Nathan Thompson, the Enoch of TikTok, personally. I've met him. I speak with him by phone periodically and texting, what have you. So I know who he is, and so I think he's a good man. I want to put a shout out to him, and he's been through a lot. You guys should give him a follow as well, as far as I'm concerned. I do like him. I do.
Oh
like
yeah. He's known as Enoch of TikTok on TikTok. And Geocentric brother, your link, your stream link is on your Telegram chat. Look, open your Telegram and there's your link to join. Yep.
Hey, Geo's here. Hey, brother, what's going on, man?
Gio,
Hey,
good to
brother,
see you, bro.
what's going on, man?
How you doing?
No. It's me, man. It's still Iron. I'm not Geo.
Oh, get
I was
the
just
fuck
pretending.
out of here. Yeah, and I heard the
I was
echo
just-
too. I thought it was you in the background.
Wow. Go again. Go again. Yeah. Go again.
Hey, brother.
Vlad.
Hey, brother, what's up, man? Hey, man. Hey, man. Hey, brother, the earth is still flat, man.
Holy shit.
Here in Aruba, it's still flat, man.
Bro, that's pretty good.
Oh my God. He got him good.
Bro, Tron, there's a guy in the chat really bugging to see you, but I don't know about it. I never seen him before, and
I can't even see the chat. I can't even see it.
all right. Yeah.
I'm on the panel, so all I see is myself and you guys
Okay.
at the video. I don't see that.
All right,
any
good.
chats.
Thank you. Maybe he'll understand that because he's asking all kinds of weird stuff. Like he's demanding a link from you. He wants to know if it's the only place you're on is TikTok. So he'll be all
Well,
right.
I got a YouTube account, and I also have an X, but I don't have no content on X, and I don't really have any. I only have any content I have is just going to be on my TikTok. I might start posting stuff on YouTube as well since I got this account, and I established the account to get because I'm eventually going to start a website and everything else. That's all different. That's all in the works.
Great.
But let me see if I can do something here. Let me see something here. Maybe I can show. I'm trying to show my icon if people want to see what I look like in real life. Hang on. I'm trying to find my icon here. If I can find. No, dang it.
Yeah, it's the blue map with the ice wall.
Exactly. I'm trying to find a good picture.
It's easy, yeah. Alrighty, Geo, your link is in the Telegram.
Y'all can't see that? Look for that right there. That is me. That's the official me on TikTok right there. You see that? Anybody see that? If you can't see
Oh, yeah, we can see. Just behind.
It looks like that, yeah. It looks
just
just
go a
like
little bit
that,
behind, yeah.
and it'll say Tron. It's that simple.
No, we are here. We are here, Geo. We are here. Oh, yeah. With that ice wall with the blue nation, more or less. Or AE map.
This is the massive misunderstanding the flat earthers have. Yeah.
Yes. So what I like to refer to this as is actually a straw man.
Absolutely.
So when a flat earther makes a claim that the pitch data should drastically change on the globe model, that's a straw man.
Completely.
That
It's
is not
completely
what the
incorrect.
globe predicts. That is not what you understand and what happens in aviation. And so this is important to point out. What I tried to do with the final experiment was to make sure that I was accurately representing the flat earth side. I was not creating a straw man position that I could easily tear down. And so it's important to actually understand what the other people think and what their actual predictions are. So what I see a lot is flat earthers will make what they call globe predictions, but in reality it's just a straw man setup of what is true.
100% true. 100% true.
Dude, can
Let's
I
talk about flight
Vikka,
planning
for this
This
bullcrap?
is a
All right.
Go ahead.
He makes the comment that the pitch data will change. That we're saying the pitch data would change drastically, or what did he just say? But it's not true. It would be a consistent change. It'll be consistent, okay, and show it's not like they're going around the Earth like that. But it's a slow going over the curve. So it's not going to be some drastic change, but it's still going to show within the pitch data and within the attitude indicator a gradual one. So he's again making putting up misinformation. That is a lie.
Lies, yes. And then every pilot will tell you they fly with that nose up. So it's like a 2-3 degree pitch, nose up.
Yeah, that's
flying that bird flat.
That's built into the aerodynamics, isn't it?
I don't know if it's built in. I don't know if it's built in. I know they set it that way because remember, this is I know at 28, at around 28,000 feet, you're not flying on autopilot. So you have to maintain that bird like that. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times, because anything above that, of course, they could set it and forget it, right? At like 30,000 feet, you could fly on autopilot. But at 27,500, 28,000 feet, you ain't flying on no autopilot. You're behind those sticks,
right?
And you're flying that thing, and you're maintaining that pitch up, and you're not curving down, and you're pitched up, and then you're flying level the whole time until you're ready to land.
Yeah, you get to altitude where you level off, you remain level.
Yep.
Until so.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, that is the reason they try to fly around 35,000 feet, right? Most of the commercial jetliners.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Big one, because the flight paths on a globe versus a flat Earth would be drastically different.
Absolutely.
Planes need to get to their location. They need to get there in as short of a time as safe as possible.
Yes.
They need to make sure they have enough fuel. And no one's going to fly on a commercial airline that is getting to locations in much longer times than other airlines.
Correct.
So everyone's using the same flight planning.
Yes.
Is flight planning done on a globe or a flat Earth?
It's absolutely done on a globe. I've got my app here, which is what.
This is the thing. This is the proof that it's on a globe, right? We mentioned this last time too.
They assume it's a globe. Here's my proof. Yeah, here's my notebook. Here's my notebook. This is my proof.
Yeah.
And check it out. What he's showing, right? Because we will play.
I use in the aircraft all the time, and you can see very clearly that it's a globe.
Oh yeah.
See his face. Yeah, see his fucking face. Like he's saying this is a globe.
Oh my God. I'm no longer a flat earther.
Yeah, I'm convinced.
I believe there's a globe.
See, I knew it, guys. See, I told you were wrong. Yeah, see?
Oh my God. This is it. This proves the globe.
Yep. And then this is what Will Duffy's going to use. This is what Will Duffy's going to use to help promote his movie. He's going to be like, oh yeah, the people are going to be like, but what about the Earth being flat and this and that? I heard this. He's going to be like, well, watch this, because we have a pilot, a certified pilot from Qantas with the ship with the fucking kangaroo, right? Talking about, yo, this is how it is, man. The world is a ball. I'll tell you what, man. In every squadron, every squadron that I've been to, like they don't have a globe. They don't have a globe in these things, but I'll tell you what they do have. They have charts. They have maps. They have maps everywhere. Maps. Ain't nobody using no globe for no reference, right? Even on a ship, even on a surface ship, right? Surface ship, submarine, nobody has a globe. You will be hard pressed to find a globe at any naval command using something as a reference. We never reference a globe, ever.
Oh yeah. So this is the thing. Just pulling up an image of Google Earth on an application that looks like Google Earth. This is the thing. Why the hell, as I mentioned too the last time, why the hell don't zoom in and show us the actual flight paths? Show us where in those routes those curve calculations are being done. Just showing this and that the globe, the aircraft navigation system works, just showing by a Google Earth is not going to help, right?
Plans on that. We can overlay the instrument approach charts. We can pan around You know, that particular route that I've marked on there now.
Yeah, all you have to do, same like Google Earth, zoom in and show us the actual flight path.
Hey,
With all the waypoints, with all the VORs. Yeah, go ahead, Gene.
Monty in the chat pointed something out good. Why couldn't he get an American pilot? Who is this guy?
Because it sounds better to get someone that's got a little bit of a British
the English,
Sounds like
yes,
he's from Australia.
yes.
I think.
Yup, that's right.
He did it for psychological reasons.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's right.
Warfare to have
Sounds
that
more
guy.
official. Instead of getting a goober up there from America, some redneck.
That's right.
Nice.
Got that British accent. Sounds super smart.
It does. It's a psychological thing. It sounds all important, you know.
Mm-hmm. He needs to be wearing a monocle or some shit.
And a dunce cap.
Oh yeah. Before we continue, we have Mr. Sam with us. I think you overslept, Sam.
What's going on? Everything okay?
Good. How you doing?
Good. Thank you. Just listening. I've been watching all along, but you know, that I was going to jump in a little bit, you know, bother you guys a little bit.
Oh yeah. Let's continue. So this is the thing, right? This is what he had to do. He had to zoom in and show us exactly, right? He might be just showing. This might not be even an app, because we explained that even the app which comes are pre-installed routes on digital maps. Same like the EGDIS works for the ship, which shows the routes. It's an electronic chart system. So all these devices, these applications, which comes with the so-called GPS and maps, are just pre-installed map with geolocation technology, which just shows you where the hell you are on that pre-installed map, right? So that the people also understand that the GPS, even a dog tag has a GPS, right? It's not using internet to locate that signal, because it's working, as I mentioned, it's the God's positioning system. From the center of the earth, the electromagnetic field spread around this plane, and that's how you locate with different kind of sensors, right? Apart from compass, these digital applications have sensors. When you turn your mobile or your laptop or your tablet, it orients, because it understands the up and down, and everything, right? Your position in relation to those magnetic fields that are coming from the center. Sorry guys, I'm having a echo. Is that you, Gio? Guys, please mute up everybody.
Yeah, I was muted up, brother. No, that's not me. I was muted up the whole time. What's up, guys?
What's up? Okay. So who was that?
What's up, Vlad? What's up, Tron? What's up, Sam? What's up, Vikka?
Gio, what's going on, man?
Gio, how you doing, brother? Anything you want to add before we continue? Go ahead.
Oh no, yeah. How do you call that guy? Will Duffy is a funny guy, man. He's a funny guy. But I'm listening in, and I'll be adding comments like in a bit. But thank you for brother. Thank you for the space.
Oh yeah, brother, absolutely. Welcome, bro.
Gene, say hello to Gio. It's a real one now. Get a green light.
No,
Vlad, brother. Long time no see.
Yeah, brother.
You gotta go back in the rewind, and we're at 1 hour and 45 minutes right now. So probably about 10 minutes ago, Vlad did a good impersonation of you, man. He fucking got me good, man. Oh. Oh, hey, Gio,
He always
what's
does
up?
that shit, brother. He always does that shit. I like his impersonation of everybody, man.
Oh man, bro, he got me good.
Bro, I'm from the Caribbean. See, my skin is very thick, man. I'll take any jokes, bro. I laugh.
Right? Yeah, it's
You
all
should
good
you should
fun,
try
man.
to you should try
Much
to
love,
imitate
bro.
Duffy. Try to imitate Duffy a little bit so we can have some fun.
Much love,
Oh
Vlad.
man, I gotta get Duffy. What's good, bro? What's good? What's good? Yeah, I'm gonna get him. Yeah. So
Who else you have got recently, Iron?
say what?
Have you got anybody else recently?
Recently.
Just
That's
me, man.
classified. That's classified. I don't want people to be concentrating on it, but I'm getting it. I'm getting it. Yeah.
You gotta practice on your Sam. I want to hear Sam next week,
Oh,
brother. Right?
oh
It's too
yeah.
hard. It's too hard on me. It's too hard. It's too. I'm not.
Popo, man. You got the popo.
Holy shit! What was that? An ambulance?
Yeah, that was an ambulance.
Well, I do. I'm sorry. I do
Yeah.
have something.
They're coming for you.
I do have something. To say.
Go ahead, Gio.
Yeah. So this app.
You're too low, Gio. You're too low. Come near or you're too low. Put up
Volume's
a bit
low.
of your volume. Go ahead. You're muted, brother.
Yeah, I think this is better. This is better. Is it better?
What's ticking?
Somebody.
Sounds like a metronome.
It's a bomb.
Oh yeah, that's me. My bad. Let me go ahead and.
Oh yeah. Go ahead now, Gio.
Can you guys hear me better?
Now it's better.
Yeah, I can hear you good.
Okay, perfect. So this app didn't exist till like 5 years ago or 3 years ago, like maybe 4 years ago. It hasn't been like around for such a long time. And now that they get it, they have a very nice model of how an airplane flies over a supposed physical curve, right? Now they're all like, making it seem like that is what they've been using for a long time, but that's not true. They haven't been using this for a long time. It looked very archaic and just normal flat map and what they used to use before like 4 years ago. And now it's something that they go by like they've been using that for ages, but that's not true. That's all what I wanted to drop in for now, brother.
Oh yeah, brother. Absolutely. The digital version of everything, right? That's what it is. Before they were locating themselves with sextant, with compass, with the maps, right? And now it's all digital, but the function
doing,
is the same.
I think what they're doing, Vikka, guys, I think what they're doing, this is a prime example of damage control.
Yes.
They're coming up with this bull crap for damage control for people, that are looking at flat earth stuff. This is what this is all about. This is buffoonery. This is stupidity. I'm sorry.
And you want to know to kind of answer Gene's question earlier, like, don't they have to have an NDA for the globe? Well, I can promise you that the powers that be are going to sit there. They're going to bottom line the bullshit that these guys put out there just to basically try to run out the clock. You know what I'm saying? So they're in like stalling tactics right now. So they're going to let this guy lie, damage control, just to support their bottom line. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But isn't it weird though that they talk about the plane all day. Oh, you got their attention now. You're curious about what's going on. Oh, blah 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 blah, on and on and on.
Well, those are actors. They have to train. They have to train to speak for like 45 minutes on such subjects, and saying so much bullshit, like engineered bullshit, like calculated bullshit. They have to train for that. Those are actors. This is this is what we have to understand.
Still, they're not doing a great job, Sam. The problem is they're supposed to do a great job. These people are freaking not doing their best, because this is not how it. All the explanation they have been giving and the toys they are showing us, and this CGI that they're showing us is not proving any shit.
Yeah, but
right?
that's a big question. Are they showing us or showing other people? Because I don't believe it's to convince. It's not to convince us. They know they cannot convince us. It's to convince the idiots. You know, it's
to
it's
back up
just
their
it's the show.
claims.
It's a Muppet show. It's a show. It's not for us. It's not to convince us. It's to convince all the other idiots that that just are so desperate to believe in that shit. That that's all. That's all it is. It's a show.
Damage control.
Yeah.
Also, these pilots are flying on a flat plane. Most of them know this because when you see the photos taken from behind the cockpit, like all the way behind, like standing at the door of the cockpit, and if you see both of the windows of the airplanes and they take the picture from there, they see it flat. When they take it, when they're close to the one window and one side, and it's only like the window that is like this, and it's lower on the window, they'll see it kind of curved. But when they move back all the way, so these people, so this is just another tool for them to be brainwashed with.
Yeah,
and they need to do this. They need to do it.
My question is this: is that okay? Let's say they have like some kind of a device to correct the curvature of the Earth. But let's say that device doesn't work or fails. So what are the instructions like in order not to go straight into space? Like what do they have to do? Is there like a manual? Are they trained for like such situation? Like if the plane doesn't adjust according to the
exactly because they have every alarm and everything for every shit, every button is there, and they cannot point out exactly what is compensating for that curvature. And also mentioning what Gio was saying, that the pilot cockpit view, we think it's maximum 180 degrees. The pilot can look more than 180 degrees, more than 200 plus degrees. The pilot can really see.
Yeah,
that's correct, bro.
And like we said the last time, with all the accidents, for like decades, there were with airplanes. Is there any record of anything like this that a plane that flew straight that didn't adjust for the curvature and just went into space? Or is there some accident like this? Or is that on a list of the potential accidents, potential failures? Is that like taken into account?
It was in a cartoon.
You understand? So that's not real. That this is.
Yeah, guys, I gotta get moving. I'll see if guys, I gotta get moving. I'll see if I could get back on. But yeah, I got a couple of things I gotta knock out.
Hey, Vlad,
bro.
Thanks for coming up, bro. Good to see you.
Yeah, likewise, man. Appreciate y'all. Yeah, love y'all, man. Nice to meet you, Tron.
Yeah,
Gio, Sam, Vikka, Gene. Appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good one. And chat, always a good one. Oh, let me leave something with the chat, please. Guys, listen. Everybody has their role to play. Everybody in the community has a role to play. If somebody's out there funding stuff, that's what they do. If people have channels, that's what they do. If people go out in the street and profess, that's what they do. Not everybody does it the way you do it. So stop coming out here chasing clout, talking shit, telling us that we wasting time. All right, we're doing our part. There are people here that do their part. Okay, there may not be people that are capable of doing what it is you do, probably because they're working, and maybe you just have a little bit more free time than other folks. Don't sit out here and insult people because they don't do what it is you do. You do your shit. Let people do what the fuck they do to push this goddamn agenda. Don't be coming out here disrespecting people, and watch yourself. All right, y'all. I love y'all. Peace.
Thanks, Vlad.
Alrighty. See you later, Vlad.
So much anger, bro. So much anger.
No,
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, man. We had a very long conversation yesterday, and I loved it. Me and Vlad. So,
yeah. Cool.
But yeah, he's on point, of course.
Yeah.
Everybody has their own way. Everybody has their own style.
Yeah, exactly, man. Not everybody does this. Not everybody's got a YouTube. I don't. Well, I do, but like nobody's there, and I'm not real active on it. I'm here doing this.
Right.
And nobody. There's nothing on my TikTok. I got zero. Nothing. Not one post.
Right.
I'm there though. So not everybody cuts this and dices it up the same way.
Exactly.
And we should definitely try to respect that, because just because you want it on YouTube and it's not there, it doesn't mean the guy's a bad guy.
What
My
happened?
opinion.
What happened? What's going on?
A couple people in the chat, but you know what? I never even saw them before, so I'm not too worried about it. Just
Right.
people
They could be
breaking jobs,
bots. We don't
man.
even know that.
Trolls. They're probably trolls.
Yeah, they could be bots, bro.
I get
That's
a lot of
you
trolls.
know,
I get a lot of trolls coming around.
Possibly,
What-
especially lately after we've been kind of honing in on this. They're around, man.
No,
Brother,
I get them
so-
all the time. I get them all the
They're
time.
around, bro.
brother. So remember, YouTube algorithm and Google algorithm is against us, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
So they have the power to engage the bots in the chat, and they're not going to be coming on panel. They won't be doing it. But I really do believe that maybe a 20% of the people in the chat could be bots sometimes.
I
really do
know
believe that.
so. I think that there are, because I get them. I'm telling you
Right.
right now.
Right.
On TikTok, and I can recognize them after a while.
Yeah, I was on
and
your
deal with them appropriately.
Yeah, I was on your show, Tron, maybe a month ago or less than a month ago. You probably
Okay.
don't remember me because it was the first time I was on your live.
Okay.
So I do a lot of TikTok engagement. I'm one of the oldest on there.
Excellent.
I've seen 4 generations of TikToks come and goes, and yeah. But
Well,
it got really chaotic. I really have to tell you this because people are dealing a lot with emotions, and
I know I deal with it whenever I do a live. I deal with it, but I can.
it wasn't like that. It wasn't like that.
It doesn't bother me.
Right.
I expect it. I expect it.
Sometimes it's all right, but sometimes it just gets on your nerve to, like, and there are people who are like actually dedicating their time to just repeat the same shit again and again, right? And
Well, I've been trying to deal with that. I've been putting it out. Me and a few others have just simply said, look, recognize this. There's a handful of trolls and a handful of people that's like they have a group that they've designed. I think they sit in Discord rooms all day long and getting their talking points, and they probably got Chat GBT. They got all their crap together, and then they go in teams to attack different TikTok lives, and I'm on to them, and we just got to get rid of them. And but then
that's
they
what
create new channels, and they create 5 more fake accounts. You know what I mean?
That's all fake accounts. I see it on my YouTube channel. When I see who does that, I go check his account, his channel. It's an empty channel, just created, no subscribers, nothing.
Yeah.
It's empty.
Someone's
It's
trying to
like
get on
so
a
I cut them
panel.
off.
If I'm on a panel, I'll tell you. I mean, I got mods, but I'll tell you something. If someone's got like 3 followers, they're not coming up. We're watching them. We'll mute them as soon as they start talking smack. They're out of here. It's ridiculous.
Tron, how long have you been on TikTok?
Oh my gosh, I've been on TikTok. I've only been on TikTok for let me see, about 7 months.
Okay, I see. All right.
And I've only been doing lives. I've just started doing my lives about a month ago. I've had a lot of response. I was waiting, thinking, should I do it? Should I not? I knew as soon as I did that it would be. I've had good response, and I know that a lot of the Globy type people know who I am, so they all are gunning for me, which I don't care. I just wanted to help the community because I've been around for a long time. I'm not a new flat earther, and I'm not a TikTok flat earther. I've been around for a long time, 18 years geocentric. I felt like I had a lot to say and a lot to offer, so I just slowly migrated into it. And next thing you know, people seem to to flock when I do them. So I'm doing more lives now, and
I see a lot.
Yeah, I just want to because I'm very serious about the topic. I'm not so much trying to build my name. I just want to talk about the issues. I want to talk about flat Earth and everything surrounding it, and I don't care who they are, and I'm not going to be mad if they believe in the globe. But if they come up looking for trouble, they came to the wrong place.
You see, at the beginning of me being on TikTok 4 years ago, I had to do one thing. I had to block all the main Globies because every time you go live and you start saying just for an example, right? So you start talking about the crew that supposedly passed away, right? The whole rocket mission crew that I don't remember the mission name.
Challenger,
exactly, that passed away. They literally caught you into like a emotional vibe, and they make up that excuse for you to report me, for other people to report me, because they started saying that, hey, that was my family. What are you talking about? Blah, blah, blah. And I saw that, and I was like, block, 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 block. As soon as I started blocking all of them, I wasn't getting warnings anymore.
They're all it is that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to go in, try to stop you from having a live. That's all. Especially if you're getting anywhere with it, and I'm aware of that for myself. And then it's kind of funny. Almost as soon as I began to seem like I know what I was talking about, I was challenged by all these main globies. They wanted to do debates. They want me to go on stupid modern day debate. I think modern day debate, no disrespect to the guy, is a joke because he's biased. I would not go on there and talk about anything. I don't want to debate anybody. I turned him down. Matter of fact, I backed one guy off, some big guy, and then he started calling me out anyway, it's just stupid. It's ridiculous. I don't even want to talk about it. It's stupid. It's silly. But it's comical.
I don't think there really is a debate.
No,
I don't debate. Man.
I think it's stupid because, first of all, most of them don't know that much about the subject matter, and second of all, you don't get anywhere with it. Nobody wins. It's to me, it's a waste of time. I would rather open up a panel and invite people that are really interested and say, hey, come talk to this flat earther. I'm a real live one. Yeah, I'm a real one. Come up here and talk to me. I find I get a lot better response that way. And I get a few trolls, but hey, you know what? We deal with them. We get them out,
Yeah,
I think that's the whole idea, bro. Because TikTok, people are flipping right and left. People are turning into flat earthers.
Absolutely.
Right?
We are a major force on TikTok, much more than people realize, okay? And more than I thought. And I see what's happening. I got a whole nother presentation I'm coming up with, and I'm going to be discussing it soon because I'm been around for a long time. I want to discuss the Flat Earth Society, where it started and what it's become today, and how it has actually infiltrated the real flat earthers more than people know, with a lot of fake crapola. And I'm going to expose it all. It needs to be exposed, and we need to go back to people like Samuel Robothon. And I'm stunned that so many people don't even know who he is. That many flat earthers, they don't have a strong enough foundation. I'm not blaming them, but that's kind of the reason why I started getting involved with TikTok, because I've seen so many hungry people that were really interested and they had a lot of knowledge, but they didn't have the basics down. And if they could learn the basics, the real basics, that's all you need is the basics. And you will get a long way on that with people, just the basics.
And even Sagnac, Michelson Morley, Tesla, there were many other real people who understood this realm, and that's why their stuff was freaking working. It's that simple.
Yes. I got a whole presentation on Michelson Morley on my TikTok that makes people angry, but I've done a lot. I've spent years looking at it. I call it the Michelson Morley cover-up. Take a look at it. And I've only put about 15% of it on there in case anybody wants to be smart, Alex, and come up and challenge me, which I do get some that challenge me. I got the rest of the story for them because you guys, it's not that hard. History, we've been lied to about history. We know this about just about everything. And those that are our opponents, if you will, they really don't know history. The only thing they know is they type something in an AI, or they take a one quick look at ChatGPT and they get the mainstream narrative and they think they got you, right? But they don't have no clue that some of us, like me and maybe you guys too, have gone back in time and dug out all the truth, and we need to bring it out. Because when you bring out all the truth, they don't know what to say. That and then people listen, and then I encourage them to go where I went and study, and it will help you to learn about this stuff. And then anyway, I'm monologuing. Sorry.
Well, go ahead, Sam. Go ahead. No, you go ahead, brother.
I was just thinking that maybe by just like mocking us and insulting us and everything, maybe they're trying to keep the young people from joining Flat Earth. Maybe they're trying to get the sympathy of the young generation, the 18 years old, 17 years old, 19 years old, 20 years old, because you don't see too many of those into the Flat Earth community so far. You just see like more mature people. You see,
I get young people like that come up. And
yeah, that's
some
good.
Some that are hungry and some that are absolutely so brainwashed that they believe whatever they're told.
Tron. 4 years ago, right? Steam is where the games are all located on computer, right? Literally 4 years ago, we didn't have any space games that were in Steam, and like 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 1 year ago, now they're all space games.
Yeah.
So you got to understand where the indoctrination is coming from, and also Google and all of that. Google, all of them are giving you a definition that conforms to a globe, and that's it. So a lot of the words that are in dictionaries have evolved. They've manipulated it to complete the indoctrination, right? Because now they have all the CGI capability, augmented reality, AR, and all that could make everything possible. Sure. And I said it about 4 years ago. In like 3 to 4 years, there's gonna be a point where we cannot unindoctrinate the kids because they're gonna be so far deep into it. And they're indoctrinating them by the masses.
Well, that's
it becomes
normal.
Very hard. It becomes very hard.
That's normal because you want to get the young generation, because look at us. We're in the 50s, 60s. So in like about 20 years, we're gonna be like old farts already. Like it's over. So if they can keep the new generations from joining the the Flat Earth movement, they're made.
Let me offer some encouragement though. There are young people coming around. Not all of them are dumb and indoctrinated. And these guys are powerhouses. Young people, 22, 23 years old, that know their stuff. They're getting excited about this. And those are the ones that can go,
exactly.
Look, I'm old. I look old. I can't help it, right? I'm old enough to be more than their father. But they can go after them. They can go after their own peers. And that's what we need to concentrate on, is just put the message out. The people are coming. We are growing bigger than ever. Otherwise, we wouldn't have this moronic video with this idiot fake pastor Duffy on here talking about this ridiculous flight mechanics, which they know nothing about.
He's a Freemason, guys. I don't know if you all heard that.
I think it's
we know he's a Mason.
I learned that tonight. I didn't even know that.
I think it's deeper than that. I believe it's those are like the Ratlines kids. Those their fathers are probably from one of those guys that escaped from Nazi Germany through the Ratlines. Those people are like they have to be motivated by some kind of an ideology to be so evil. So
he had a lot of money problems, bro.
Nah, forget about money. They don't
I know you don't believe that money buys them, but he had
money
a lot
can
of
buy,
money
but
problems.
not at that level. Not at that level.
And Gene and Vikka knows that this guy had a lot of money problems, bro. I'm telling you, this guy had a lot of money problems.
Oh, you talk about Duffy?
Oh yeah, of course.
Duffy had major problems.
Yeah, bro.
I think he was involved in financial services arena somehow. So, and he got sued numerous times. So I know how that works.
So he's a market analysis and an advisor to big companies to take risks, and he has failed on those decisions.
If that's the case, he probably had what's called air and emissions, or E&O insurance, some sort of air and emissions insurance, which probably, I'm just guessing, if he got sued or got in trouble, that stuff paid out. And if you have a policy like that pays out, all of a sudden they may not want to renew it.
Yeah, they drop you like a hawk.
He's in trouble, so he obviously needs the money, if you ask me. I don't know.
You lose your license and stuff. Reroute your whole entire life and career after some stupid move like that.
Yeah. So this is probably what there's incentive for him to be on doing this.
Yeah, it's literally written documents, government written documents that you can find, or maybe it's lawful documents that you can find on Will Duffy on how much money like some of the cases are, because it's not just one. I think it's about 3 of them.
Freedom of Information Act. Yeah. There's several cases against him. I think Dave, Flat Earth Dave, put it out. If I'm not mistaken, he put a good report out on that.
Look, this guy's got an empty church. He's preaching into over there. He's
it's a
got
joke.
he's faking everything. He's got a company that is like a little, shadowy. It looks like a fucking CIA front, fucking like
Look, if
some
he's
kind of
up
a
there
front company
preaching, he's preaching at this. For
as
all
a
we know, he's
ghost.
sitting there looking at the wall.
Yeah.
I don't hear nobody. I mean, if anybody's ever been to church, someone's gonna cough,
Yeah.
breathe. Some little baby's gonna cry. You're
Well,
gonna hear something.
Yeah,
You don't
but
hear nothing.
bots don't cry. Bots don't cry, man.
Something. Oh crap, man! And then he tells you that what floored me is when he's talking about I really studied the Bible and I can tell you right now that somehow lying lying is okay. You can go out and lie and everything's okay. I thought, man, can you go out and cheat on your wife? Is that okay too?
San Diego. You can see that.
I think it's also kind of a religious war. I think so. Maybe I'm wrong.
Of course it is.
You know?
Spiritual.
Yeah, because why I mean that is because I think it also started with those pastor debates and all this stuff, right? Something happened there in that pastor debate.
You mean with Dean
right?
Odell and Greg Locke?
Will Duffy was there, right?
Greg Locke and Dean Odell. Greg Locke and Dean Odell.
Yeah. So there is some religious connection right there to make Flat Earth look. I may be wrong. Maybe it's like how Sam is saying. Maybe it's the 3-letter agency stuff, right? Or a mix.
Will Duffy calls out early on Dean Odell's name. All right. Now look, I've met Dean Odell. He's the real deal. I'm telling you right, that guy, he's not a phony. He's a real flat earther, and he's not.
It's pretty cool.
He's not involved in all this stuff. We're over here on TikTok. He's kind of went and done his own thing. He really has a church. He really is a flat earther.
He really has an audience in the church. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been about 5
Tron,
years ago
when did you meet him?
About 5 years ago. Actually 6 years ago.
Okay.
2019, I met him. Yes, actually, I went to see him. I'd been a flat earther for a few years, and I came across a video that he did, and I thought, who is this guy? I thought he lived local, but he didn't. But I just felt like I needed to go up there. I went up there and visited with him for a day, and then he lives about 3 hours from me. And then he invited me then. He remembered me, so he was going down to do another water experiment in Mobile Bay, and I was there for that one. And
nice.
So yeah, that's how I came to know him. I mean, I don't know, I hadn't kept up with him, but I vouched for him because I know that for some reason Will Duffy's threw his name in there, and people are sitting there and we're saying, well, he's a Mason and all this crap. He has spoke against Masonry, spoke out. He's doing his own thing, man. He's not even, so it bothered me that they invoked his name. Tremendous.
Yeah. I have
Well, he's got a big name, and he's in a religious community. So,
well, he's one of the few. He was one of the few early pastors that spoke about the flat Earth and about everything, fake movement, flat Earth, everything. So that I found that I was intrigued by that. So I don't really know him that well. I haven't really talked with him in years, but since the experiment. But I vouch for him that he's not a phony in my book. At all.
Right. Yeah. Here's my take on Will Duffy. He simply wanted to do a favor for the elite so he can get a financial pass, and that's it.
No, he's an agent. He's a CIA agent.
I think it's a combination. I think he's a Mason because he's an admitted.
He's a contract agent. He's an
admitted Mason, and he also probably I remember early on, I was on a TikTok panel, and then his fake flat earther buddy, the filmmaker Jonathan, right, who was on my TikTok about 3 nights ago, and we worked him over for about 2 hours because he's a fake flat earther. Who guys? Who I know he's not here to defend himself, but who do you know that's been a flat earther for like 9 years that doesn't even know what 8 inches per mile squared is? Come on, man. You haven't figured that one out yet? He didn't know anything. He knew nothing.
Really?
Okay. I've talked with him several times. I talked with him early on when he went to Dips. If you guys know who Dip is, and some of these other I know all these guys.
Yeah.
So he come on there, and he was talking about we were working him over, and we were like, he's a fake flat earther. I said it early on. He's a fake flat earther pretending to be one. You mark my word. When Duffy, he admitted that, and even the film, Jonathan said they were going down to make a film with this fake experiment, right? The whole thing was going to be a film and a documentary to make money from the get-go. And they admitted it. That's when I knew this whole thing was going to be a giant crap show, as we know that it is today, those of us that are paying attention to it. Okay? It involves money, and you watch that Jonathan guy is all of a sudden going to go, well, I guess I'm a Glover now. Bull crap. He's one right now. You heard it here. He's lying. I'm sorry. I'm too strong. There's no way he's a flat earther in name only to play the game. You know, I'm sorry. There's no way you can't know basic stuff after a few years.
Yeah, that's really weird, because even a Glover at that point, and being in a position where he is, you'd think he would understand some of the basics like that and be able
Look,
to.
Will Duffy,
That's
the
really
fake
weird.
pastor, knows more about flat Earth than Jonathan, the fake flat earther filmmaker. I'm just telling you, they don't know anything. I mean, Will Duffy knows more about it, you know, and it really bothered me. This whole thing bothered me, and I'm just starting to call it out for what it is. I'm sorry, and if I'm wrong, then I'll say I'm sorry.
Yeah. So the reason why I said that I believe that the whole thing was a setup, and he just did the elite a favor, is because a year before everything happened, he was standing in like the woods, and he was making a statement, and he made a statement about doing a big project and making sure that they destroy. He's gonna be making sure that he's gonna destroy flat Earth forever. He said
Put us to sleep.
like almost
Flatter's idea to sleep.
Yeah,
it's not
he did this
working.
like a year before, so it was a big project, and in my opinion, for you to get Wi-Fi working after 20 years of Union Glacier having no Wi-Fi working down there, just when flat earthers come along, come on, bro, you got to have some pretty big connection in order for you to make things like that possible.
It's a CIA operation. Come on.
Sure, yeah, why not? But it's
Well,
still
look
a favor
how
that he did for the elites.
Look how much
so.
money it costs to go down there. I heard anywhere.
Sure, yeah,
750
million
a
ish.
person.
Yeah, 750.
Look,
how much?
Who gave them all this money? 30
Exactly.
to 35,000 per person. Who gave them all this money to go down there?
Yep.
What's this all about?
Yes.
And you know, most of the people in the flat earth community are like, you know, believers, you know, they believe in God, Christians,
Yes,
whatever.
exactly.
So here he comes with that card there, you know, he's the pastor, he's got a church. So he's one of us, you know, he's one of, you know, he's also a believer. It's so fake, it's so plastic, it's so like, you know, it's so
Well,
arranged.
I'm very
It's like-
incensed. I've got very incensed because I got I know several pastors. Matter of fact, the pastor that I've been associated for many years is a flat earther because I want him over to flat earth. All right. You can win influencers. You just got to know how to talk to people and win them over, not treat them like jerks. He's a flat earther. But I know many people in ministry, and this guy Duffy is making a mockery of it. And I'm incensed by it. And I'm calling him out for the phony that he is.
Of course.
I don't like it. It's because the real people that are really doing it for the right reasons, that are called to do it.
Yeah.
You know. Anyway,
I really don't think that. You know, when he made the interview with not Jaron, what's the other name? I totally forgot him right now. Whitsitt. Yes. Oh my God. So when he did the interview with Austin, right? He already claimed that he knew all the arguments for flat Earth. But he did not. He did an 1.5 hour long interview with Austin, and he didn't know anything. So that was a big lie, also, right? So you're making everything was made up, guys. Everything was made up, and I think Austin, they got him at the end. They got him to when he was going there. It's where he was, you know, briefed to do whatever the fuck he had to do. I really
I
didn't
know
believe
there are some people that are still holding out that maybe Whitsitt still.
No,
they say
right. Yeah,
of course. Says he is that. I guess I'm hoping that he didn't sell us. I'm kind of hanging in there with him until the end. You know what I'm saying? That's all.
Yeah. I don't know. You know, the reason why they got Jaron, we already know he did Netflix once.
Hey, Eddie Alencar,
right?
You know him, right? Eddie Alencar
called
it 6 months before.
Yeah.
He even went down there. He said,
I know.
He said it, and he was right.
I did a big research on Union Glacier Camp before they actually went, and I found 5 videos brothers 5 videos of 5 different individuals. One of those 5 videos was supposedly a tourist that was going down there, walking out of the plane and filming around, and had somebody message him on the bottom asking him if I can interview you about Union Glacier Camp and how was your trip. And the message that he put back is that he was an ill worker and he couldn't receive interviews because he's going to go against the policies of the company. So there were like only 4 videos of tourists going down there, and one of them was an Indian guy with a black thing that he wore on his nose the whole time. And I think he was there for a week, and he recorded a lot, and this is why I focus on him a lot. The skies were not clear a single day. They were not. And then there was an American lady that went down there, which supposedly got in a problem with taking a plane back. So her stay there was extended for 3 to 4 days. And I didn't see any clear skies. And then there was, I think, another guy. Also, I didn't see any clear skies, but I only found 5 videos, 5 videos of a company that was operating for 20 years.
I don't know how they did it. I don't know how it was fake, but I know that the whole thing is full of fakery. That's all I can. I don't know how they did it.
Well, I tell you something.
They did something.
We have to be very simple. The best places where you can make a movie like this is in Hollywood. It's in Hollywood. Everything. There's that guy there. That Powell there also is connected to Hollywood. Maybe they went there. Who the fuck knows? They went in Antarctica. They got the footage, and then they just worked it. In Hollywood, in some those places there. Who the fuck's going to check anything over there? You don't know what the fuck's going on over there.
So I'm a little bit deep into like Photoshop and Blender and animation and all that. So I see videos. I mean, also Flat Earth. I've been seeing this for a long time, right? How they do CGI or augmented reality, and I try to keep up with all this technology that is going on. And what I found weird is that when Trump took office and he flew over with the White House airplane, I don't know what you call it, this presidential airplane, Air Force One, yeah, over the Gulf of Mexico, right? He flew over supposedly claiming and all that stuff. Now, it was only 2 weeks after that the pods were landing in Gulf of Mexico and not alongside Cape Canaveral anymore. And I was like, that is kind of weird. And I understood what they were doing because people were getting curious around there and they wanted to see where these pods are landing, if these pods are real or not, because Elon Musk was under investigation. SpaceX, not Elon Musk, SpaceX was under investigation. And somehow Doge crippled those government departments that were investigating him, guys.
Enjoy the show.
Yeah, I don't like that. I got problems with Elon Musk, but
let me just say one more thing. Before, just so I can end this. The scenario where the pod was dropped in Gulf of Mexico was the same scenario as I seen in Antarctica. Beautiful, clear skies with no clouds almost. Calm water, flat, and it literally looked like it was CGI. Augmented reality. So that's a possibility too, and that's you don't have to do anything. Yeah, you don't have to do that in Hollywood. You can do it anywhere. All you need is
you can do it on your computer.
Yeah, that's it. Right?
Yeah.
It could be funded by Hollywood, but they don't have to do it there. Just saying. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead,
by the way, I'm about to finish the second video of the TFE mistakes compilation, part 2. With another like 50, 50 proofs, that it was a fraud. So it's going to be funny, But they can do anything. They can do anything. But somehow they don't control too much of technology because they're not too good at it. They're fucking up.
The AI is also really good. So nothing can be trusted. Nothing, right? So, guys, yeah, for sure. We'll continue a little bit with this because, if we go more with Will Duffy's possibility of what it could be, we could be here for months, but we will going to the topic.
When you look directly above it, it will appear as a straight line. So yeah, absolutely
straight
false. That flight.
Oh yeah, you guys heard it? Straight line. Like he's showing a globe, he's showing a line.
Not straight line, straight line. You know,
This
with
is
an English
proof of
accent.
nothing. This is proof
Motherfucker.
of nada. It's
No,
garbage.
it proves something. It proves he's a fucking idiot. That's what it proves.
Well, just to
That's the
add
proof.
something to that, that's not a straight line. That's a curved line.
It looks like a little curve.
But on the z-axis, I'm talking about, because it's going over the curve physically, supposedly also. So that's not technically that's not.
There's your proof. So I got 2 iPads. Let me show you my proof. There.
Yep.
There's your globe. Oh yeah.
Planning is done on a flat Earth. It's 100% done on a globe. And if we can bring up the globe, I'll show you something that might.
Well, they
make it
love
a bit
this
more
globe,
intuitive.
don't they? Must have got it from
Yeah, but check
Walmart.
this when they're
Two
touching the
locations on
globes.
globe. Let's
Walmart
say
globe.
we were here and we wanted to go to here. How you find the shortest route is you would put a piece of string between 2 points and you would pull it as tight as possible. And it will then naturally fall across the Great Circle track. And you can do that between any 2 points on a globe. Bit of string here.
Now, how can you pull the string and it's going to fall naturally on the slope of the globe?
That's not how that's not how pilots are taught to do their flight plans. They don't take their little globe out and take
exactly.
It's bullcrap.
It's all evolving, guys. It's all evolving, and everything's the globe in 2025. Like literally, after 2020, they fit everything on a globe.
How do you reproduce on a globe? How do you reproduce yourself on a globe with all that movement?
They worship the blue ball religion.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Yeah.
And a bit of string here. Pull it tight, and that will then show you the Great Circle path.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, the Great Circle route is what is used by pilots to get from point A to point B.
Always. Yep.
And let's talk about the Southern Hemisphere. You're obviously from Australia.
Yes.
So you're intimately familiar with the Southern Hemisphere. The Southern Hemisphere, in my mind, ever since I got into this whole flat Earth debate, was the key to settling the debate and it completely ending flat Earth.
Yes.
Because the Southern Hemisphere on a globe, south of the equator, everything gets closer and closer together.
Yes.
But on a flat Earth, everything gets further and further apart. And so when we get to the Southern Hemisphere, and we have flights that are going to go from, say, South America all the way to Australia, they're going to follow what we're talking about here, which is the Great Circle route, which is the shortest distance between 2 points on a sphere.
Correct.
And when you get really far south, you're actually going to find that you're going to head in a southerly direction toward Antarctica and then kind of come back up north to, say, go from Santiago to Sydney.
Yes.
Can I make a comment on this?
For years.
Yeah. So the Vendée Globe race didn't circumnavigate the whole of Antarctica. It circumnavigated like about 3/4 of Antarctica, because they went down and they wrapped around it. They went back up. But the Vendée Globe race, the average speed was 15 knots. And those boats go 45 knots, and up to 45 knots. And I understand that you can say that there are a couple of areas where you will be getting no winds. I understand that, and you have to average out, but you cannot tell me that the average speed was 50 knots. And this is how they get away with it, because by supposedly going slower, you can assume that the distance is shorter. Understand what I'm saying? And that happened in the Southern Hemisphere, and this is how they do it.
Yeah, with the jet streams and with the winds and these all patterns right. It's not because they're trying to take the shortest route, right? On a globe, on a globe, it's over the pole. That's the more shortest route.
Yeah, that's why they made the oblate spheroid. Because what the oblate sphere, they tried to make it an oblate spheroid, but it didn't work out that well.
Eric, can everybody see this? Can everybody see this? Is this showing up okay?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, it's showing up.
Eddie Allen Carr's book, 16 Emergency Flights Proving Flat Earth. I encourage everybody to get it in the chat. Also, you can get it You can download the PDF version, I think, for free. Learn something about this information and get something that this stuff that these guys are talking about over here is just unbelievably garbage. Sorry, not true. Just garbage.
He was up here last week. We had him up for like half an hour. It was good to see him.
Oh yeah, shout out to Eddie.
Yeah.
16 emergency landing, proving flat Earth.
Yep.
And also in Flatten the Curve, and also in the mechanical realm. You can find Eddie Alankar.
The book looks something like that right there. If everybody can even see that, I don't know if they can get a good view of it, but there it is right there. In case anybody cares.
Oh yeah, brother. Here we all are. I think most of the people here who follow this channel for sure knows Eddie very well. Shout out to him.
They first denied that these flights existed.
Yes.
How many times did you hear that?
All the time. And the funniest part is I heard that within a week of having just done one, having flown from, where were we? From Sydney, Australia. We were going to San Diego in Chile, the big flight. But the aircraft I was flying at the time didn't quite have the range.
Dude, look at their freaking argument. Just because he flew a freaking plane or he was in a plane which went from Australia to.
He had his pit stop.
Yeah, and had a pit stop. How the hell does it prove a globe, dude?
Well, it doesn't. And they're not talking about the jet stream or anything else. They're leaving out everything. They're leaving out everything.
Yeah. And there's two jet streams, right? There's one that goes east to west, and there's one that goes west to east. It's different altitudes. And you know who does have two video that could give you a lot of information about the Southern Hemisphere is the Asian rich millionaire. Oh my God, I forgot his name right now. I have his video in the history. I saw it a couple of days ago. He has a video going to Antarctica and landing 3 hours in a runway that's called Wolfang runway in Antarctica, and them stepping off the airplane and coming back on the airplane in 3 hours. In Antarctica, and he talks to the pilot and he asks the pilot if it's possible for me to go to the 90th, and the pilot tells him that right now it's impossible for you to do that, but when we do have a chance, we can let you go, and this is only in 2023. You know what I'm saying? And supposedly they've been going to the deep south, like the 90th south, for a long time already, but this guy tells you that there's no possibility for you to do that. Oh, there we go. It just popped in my brain. It's Sam Chewy. Sam Chewy has two videos. One going to Wolfang, and then speaking to the pilot, and the pilot tells him that you cannot. There's no possibility of flying to the 90th. And he has another video while he was flying.
He's not even flying close to the coast of Antarctica.
All right. But here is one of the most important things that he said when he was speaking, when he was flying. I think he was doing an Australia to Chile flight. He talks to the pilot, and the pilot tells them that they deviate throughout the year in between about 40 degrees of latitudes to follow the jet streams. 40 degrees is a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's a lot. The distance is massive that they fly to so that they could, because of the sun, right? In my opinion, it's the sun. When the sun is moving up and down, it moves the jet streams too. Because I believe that the sun has, and also temperature, friction of the cold temperature with warm temperature builds the jet stream. And this is just my personal opinion. If you haven't gone down this route, try it out. You'll see that it makes a lot of sense.
And brother. Adding to what you're saying, brother, the flight time should be very less if the Earth is a ball.
That's
right?
Correct. Also, yep, that's correct. Yep.
It cannot be more than 6 hours. Because in 6 hours you can almost fly all the north part.
But that's why they made Neil deGrasse Tyson threw in the excuse of the oblate spheroid, because that stretches the globe out and it makes the two poles bigger.
Yeah, so but there's a thing, maybe from the equator, maybe the distance can be longer or shorter. But if these people are claiming the Earth to be a globe, the travel time cannot be more than 6 hours, 8 hours. These flights are taking 15, 16, 17 hours.
Right. Yep. But he put out some good information out there, and it was very interesting to hearing that because I've never heard somebody asking a pilot about those flights. So that was very. I'm gonna try to see if I can find the video and I drop it in the Telegram.
Oh yeah, if you find it, we can play it here also. We can screen share. We'll continue this.
Range to make it non-stop. So we stopped in Christchurch, New Zealand to refuel. But then from Christchurch, we were flying across to San Diego. Now, as it turned out, our arrival time was early in the morning. There was fog, so we ended up landing in Argentina, which was our alternate. But our flight was absolutely in the southern hemisphere at all times, and it went quite a way further south than the latitude of both Christchurch and San Diego.
Now, once these flights were shown to be real, the flat earthers had to pivot. Let's ignore the fact that they actually said that if these flights were real, that would end flat earth and it would prove the globe. They have a history of doing that as well.
Oh yeah, so he's looking for the same bullshit. It will end flat earth and it prove a globe. Yeah, by making shit up, right? Just because a flight exists and the time they want us to believe and the time and the distance and they're manipulating doesn't prove a globe, right?
Then pivoted and they started to claim that these planes were not flying the Great Circle route and were instead flying a straight route over a flat earth map, over an AE map to get there, which then meant that the back of the seat showing you the flight route was being faked. They would take magnetic compasses onto planes and try to show, oh, it's actually flying in a different direction. Talk about that, and especially why using a magnetic compass on a plane is not a good idea.
Absolutely. And I have videos on my channel that demonstrate this. I've taken a magnetic compass on our aircraft and on a number of commercial aircraft. I've placed it at various positions on the tray table, on the side panel in the aircraft, in our cockpit, and you can see that any metal near the compass is going to affect its position. Literally by moving this compass a few inches on the tray table, it can be pointing in completely the opposite direction. The compass that we have in an aircraft, it's especially shielded. It's located in a position where it will minimize the amount of interference, and it is also, we have, not in this aircraft, but in the smaller aircraft, we have a compass deviation card, so that when the compass is set up in the aircraft, they go out and they measure at different directions how much error is in the magnetic compass caused by the metal in the airframe, and they have a little deviation correction card in the aircraft. But yeah, to think that you can use a basic handheld hiking compass on an aircraft inside a metal frame and expect accurate results, it's completely unrealistic.
Yeah, and now that the Santiago to Sydney flight has been confirmed, our mutual friend Critical Think just took this flight, filmed the entire thing on his way home for being in Antarctica with the final experience.
He was saying that you can't use a compass on an airplane, like an actual physical compass, because of the hull of the airplane.
Because of the metal in the aircraft or some crap like that.
Yeah, the digital ones, you can use it easily, and even a normal one wouldn't be a problem.
That's awkward. That's awkward. Because I know there, in my opinion, there's a lot of weird things going on with magnetism down in the south, and it's kind of funny that he checks that. But okay, because I think I know where he's getting his opinion, why he's saying this. Because what's that that old guy that's a conspiracy theorist also, or conspiracy realist, however you want to call him, and he took a flight and he took a compass with him. Anybody? He's bald. He's bald-headed.
No, I'm not ringing any bells.
Flat earther?
Yeah, flat earther. No, he's not a flat earther. He was testing it, and he's from Australia. No, he got banned from Australia, if I'm not mistaken. Not David Icke.
Is it Max Egan?
Max Egan. Yes, he took a flight, and he took a flight with the compass in the airplane. I think maybe this is why they're checking him, because the compass didn't show the actual thing that they were, the actual headings that it was supposed to show. It's a very old video. Yeah, that's good to check out too. I'm
Thanks,
trying
Dr.
to
Babs.
understand why he's talking about the magnetism. Actually, people using a compass on the airplane. I find it weird that he's Anyways, sorry. Go ahead, bro.
Experiment.
Yes.
Now that this flight has been shown to be a real flight and that the path is not going on a straight line on a flat Earth, that was very easy to show because people who take this flight can film out the window and occasionally see Antarctica.
Yeah.
And they also travel to the south of New Zealand
Yes.
before coming up north to Sydney. And so now on a flat Earth, which takes the southern hemisphere and makes it just huge, it takes the southern hemisphere and it puts it like this, they now have to make a route that goes 2 to 3 times the distance to actually.
Yeah, that's not how they fly. Come on,
That's
man.
bullcrap.
That's hogwash, bro.
They'll just go straight.
Exactly, and this is one of the arguments that the Globies use all the time when they don't have friction. So when people cannot talk to you, like they're not gonna show this in a TikTok live because I saw Will Duffy in a TikTok live like a week and a half ago. Like he's not gonna show this. They're gonna be like, "Are you stupid? The planes don't fly like that on the flat Earth. They fly straight. They don't take that curve right there that he's showing right there. That's stupid, man."
Yeah, and it's passing the different Capricorn and the Cancer and the equator, like, right? Even on a globe, and even if it's on a flat Earth, it should pass below the equator, and then again past the equator, but it's still a straight line.
Oh, yep, it's still a straight line. Exactly.
Well, this is stupid.
Accurately map what people are seeing out the window.
Yeah, go ahead, Tron.
I was going to say it's
And
just
that flight is-
stupid what they're saying.
Oh yeah.
It's not possible either.
No, that's right. And I think a lot of the explanation they have for that is that the aeroplane is flying in extremely strong jet streams. Now, you're never going to get a jet stream that is 100% favourable to your flight in both directions, you know. It's going one way. So, as an example, we fly Sydney to Perth quite often, and going from Sydney to Perth, we're usually flying in.
That is also a reason for, right? The jet stream could be in different directions at different altitudes.
You see, Tron, when you say that what they're saying is stupid, it's true, but yes and no, because when you think about it, you know, in North Korea, they have like TV, you know, TV news, and those people, you know, just, you know, all day long, they just like, you know, lobotomize people with bullshit, but it's working. They
Right.
hold like 50 million people with bullshit, you know,
Well,
repeated
yeah, like that's what I mean is
all
what
the
they're
time.
saying is crap.
This
They're not.
is what it is. Those guys are doing the same thing. It's just like North Korea propaganda. It's like you're fucking.
That's
you know,
all it is.
that's all
they're
it is. It's
saying-
fucking, yeah.
They're
Just to
saying
lobotomize
that
people.
they're saying that they can't that they're not flying in a straight line. But they absolutely fly in a straight line because if they didn't fly in a straight line, it's the fastest way somewhere is to fly in a straight line. Okay. Anyway,
Yeah.
they're just
Hard to listen to them.
It's hard to listen to this, but I'm listening. to
Oh
it.
man, it's a fucking torture.
To a headwind. Coming Perth to Sydney, we're usually flying with a tailwind. So there's about an hour difference in the flight time, you know, going to Perth and then coming back. It's usually faster coming back. But their argument is that the aeroplane's in a jet stream that is adding hundreds and hundreds of miles per hour to the speed to explain the extra distance. And another thing I've heard is that the planes fly faster than what we're told. Completely wrong. You know, this aeroplane that I fly, it's nice, it's fast, it can cruise up to 90% of the speed of sound, but it can't fly faster than the speed of sound. You know, it's not designed for that. The type of engines it has won't operate faster than the speed of sound efficiently. It's just a ridiculous claim, especially to think that airliners are flying faster than the speed of sound. It doesn't happen. Yeah.
Yeah, and so we hear from flat earthers a lot that, and again, it's their misunderstanding that a plane would constantly have to nose down to get over the curvature of the Earth. But what they don't realize is in creating these impossible flight paths for these non-stop flights in the southern hemisphere. They're actually making a huge curved path,
Yes.
which is not real. No pilot is going to fly that, which actually would mean that the plane is banking, even if it's slight,
Yes.
is banking the entire time. Not only is that not true, there are instruments in the cockpit which would show if that was happening.
Yeah, the attitude indicator shows us angle of bank. It's not super precise to down to the decimal points of a degree, but if we were turning at all, it would indicate on the artificial horizon. Yeah.
But it would never show the pitch on the artificial horizon. Yeah, clowns.
Well, see, they just gave themselves away. See, they just admitted that the attitude indicator will show.
Yeah, exactly.
The roll. The attitude indicator shows pitch and roll of that aircraft. They can't have it just what suits them. That attitude indicator gives it away every time. Every time.
You want to know something funny? If I understood correctly, he said that airplanes don't break the sound barrier, right? That's what he said just before.
What he said.
Well, commercial.
Yeah, commercial.
Planes.
Yeah, but you see his logo on his shirt says Global 7500. It comes from the Bombardier company, which is a Canadian company, and this actual plane is a private jet. Actually broke the sound barrier. It went over like Mach 1. It's I have the article here.
Interesting.
Global 7500. You know,
good catch, man.
Yeah, it broke the sound barrier at Mach 0.1, I think. Wait a second. It did break the sound barrier. So you understand? Yeah, Mach 1.015 during the 2021 speed test. Is the same model, Global 7500 from the company Bombardier, which is a Canadian company. So on his shirt.
On this video, I just want to put it out there for everybody that's listening in the chat and everything, that at no time did any of these idiots bring any receipts with them, like I like to call. They brought nothing to reference for anything that they are saying. They're just saying it and just letting it lie like this is the gospel truth because they said
exactly.
They're not bringing anything as proof of anything.
Yeah.
Zilch.
Jesuits.
Nothing.
Yeah, and also I think you guys mentioned this already before. I think I heard you guys talking about that. The airplanes, depending on what they're carrying, either the fuel and the passengers, if it's a full airplane, or if it's a half full airplane, and how many baggages are on board, etc., etc. It's never flying, not even like this. It's always flying like this. Okay, if you have a globe that you constantly have to keep up with curvature, how are you going to keep up with curvature if the nose is always pitched up?
And right, and like
it makes absolutely no sense.
And they gave it away because he said the attitude indicator would show, right, if they were constantly banking, right?
Yeah,
well,
so
it's
when
going
it
to
shows
show
they were
not
constantly
just
tilting?
It's not going to show just a bank. It's going to show anything that the aircraft does. So if it's flying like this and banking or whatever, yeah, it's going to show that. But if it's slowly going over a curve, it's also going to show it. That guy just gave it away. The people got to listen. He said that the pilot said, yeah, if it's the attitude indicator is going to show something. It's going to show everything when it has to do with the orientation of any aircraft. And that's why I always go to the attitude indicator, because they cannot get around it. He just admitted a part of the truth. But if I was there, I would slam him and go, so what you're saying is, and I would do just like this. So if it's banking, attitude indicator shows it. What if it's doing this? The only answer is the attitude indicator would show it. But we know that it doesn't show it in the real world of flight mechanics because they're not flying over a ball. Simple as that.
Oh yeah, and they want us to believe that it's curving in a horizontal straight line and it's not detecting, but on the banking, yeah, it's detecting. That's why I mentioned it earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's double speak, but I mean, I'm sorry. It's double speak, but you know, that's what this whole thing is designed to trick people that don't know the basics, you know.
Oh yeah, let's hear what they have more.
And when you fly these Southern Hemisphere flights, which you do all the time, nonstop Southern Hemisphere flights, you're not banking the entire time.
We're not banking. What we're actually doing, a flight plan will consist of multiple waypoints. So even though Sydney to San Diego might be a Great Circle route, we may not always fly that perfect Great Circle route because the flight planning computations will take into account other factors such as the wind, weather. You know, for example, the Great Circle route might be a straight line, but if we go a little bit further north, we're going to be in much stronger tailwinds. So we'll do that. The flight planning computation will take you slow.
This is contradicting his own bullshit. Before he was saying that the jet streams are only in one direction. Yeah, and right now here he's speaking about, so it goes the same way for the speed too, right? Only going a little bit north or a little bit higher, and you're seeing getting different direction streams. And he's also mentioning the Great Circle route can be in a straight line.
Yeah, I know. He's double talking. He's saying whatever he needs to say. It's all double speak. It's all double speak.
Yeah, exactly. Double tongue.
It always is.
Like a snake.
Like a snake.
Double tongue snake. Oh, man.
To benefit from the winds. It will always try to design the most efficient flight path based on the winds. And if you're going the opposite direction, it may take you further south than the perfect Great Circle to avoid stronger headwinds. You know, so Great Circle is ideal in nil.
Oh yeah, so all this information about the waypoints and everything, this could be easily showed on your app, right? Why don't you show us? And every waypoint, between every waypoints, how much of the curve have been accounted for? All that should be in pitch data too.
Wind, in reality, there can be variations to that based on the wind.
Yeah, the Great Circle route is a mere starting point.
Absolutely.
But then there's other factors which you're going to take into consideration for speed, time, fuel efficiency, and safety.
Yes.
But you're never going to have variations that would make sense on a flat Earth and not a globe.
No, that's right. That's exactly right. And the other point I wanted to make is, on a long flight, we have multiple waypoints. Now, the waypoints might be cities that we fly over. They might be latitude and longitude coordinates over the ocean. But the reason we have waypoints is it's a check. So we're flying from one waypoint to the next, and when you line them all up, they're basically as close as possible to the Great Circle. But the flight management system, our flight plans, have these multiple waypoints, and at each one we do a fuel check, we do a time check, we report to air traffic control. Now the aircraft does it automatically.
Yeah, that's how a plane navigates. That's the most basic. And the waypoints are signals that's been transmitted through towers.
Yep.
Which needs to be followed like a line.
Yeah.
Like a straight line.
Yeah, it's
and if they were going over a curve, they're not talking about. They've not mentioned the spin of the Earth. They're conveniently not talking about spin of the Earth. On top of that.
Yeah, Vikka, that's called Navaids. Navaids, Navaids, and you can look up buoy Navaids. They're in the waters and they're guiding the airplanes with. It's kind of like a straight up. It's kind of like an antenna that's shooting like a signal straight up. And I don't remember which mode they're using to flying, but they have to align with this point in order to know that they're going on the correct route.
Yeah, brother, this is what I was mentioning. When we see maps, when we see old maps, you see there's like a point and which have spikes going in every direction. These are like waypoints. Like these are like antennas which emit these paths 360 degrees and going from every path to changing to different signals that have been followed. This is how the waypoints are created. That needs to be fed in the plane before the takeoff, right? So that's going to follow different VOR systems. Like VOR are the signals, radio frequencies emitted in 360 degrees, like a wheel of a bicycle. The central part is the antenna, and the spikes are the direction. Every spike is like a highway. You can connect these kind of circles with antenna all around and can connect like pathways. That's how they navigate in the seas. That's how they navigate in the sky.
It's automatically communicating. But each waypoint, we do a position report, we do a flight plan check, we do a fuel log check. But the key point is, between each waypoint, it's a great circle track. So from this one to this one, we're flying a great circle. Now we're at this point, there may be a slight turn, we're now flying a great circle to the next one. And that's how every...
Yeah, because it's all in a straight line. It's always in a straight line.
Yeah, and if you draw it on a globe, if you take a line and you measure from Japan to Washington D.C., that line is gonna automatically be pushed upwards, and it's gonna make the same route as if you draw it on the flat Earth map from Washington D.C. to Japan. So very convenient, eh?
Oh yeah, brother, absolutely. This destroys these waypoint things destroys the globe, right? These same waypoints. This is how its navigation is done. That's what our pre-planned routes are. On the sea, in the sky.
Track and distance on a flight plan is calculated. Great circle to great circle to great circle to great circle between waypoints. Yeah.
Now, Wolfie, one of my favorite things was at the very beginning.
And it should be mentioned if there's any curvature happening on a waypoint from point A to point B. Even you have to take a right on the another VOR from half the way to point A to B, it should be mentioned how much curvature is being taken into account. It's nothing right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is this guy Wolfie 3060? The pilot?
Yeah.
So he has a video of an open gyroscope, and he admits in that video that gyroscope is a dummy device, in the sense that it doesn't know if it's correcting for pitch or yaw, or if it's correcting for curvature of the Earth. So there's actually no devices on the airplane that can tell you that you're flying over a curve, basically, because that's the only one that could detect pitch over the curve. So, okay, I didn't know that this was a Wolfie 3060, but he has the video. He opens the gyroscope and he's like, the gyroscope is constantly correcting for pitch and yaw, because of course no airplanes will fly in a straight line undisturbed. There's always going to be wind. There's always going to be some gusts of wind that will hit the airplane at certain points during the flight, and it's always just going to correct to the level that they calibrated before they took off. That calibration is not done anymore. Because the technology has gotten better, and the pilots don't need to press that calibration button when they're on land in order to adjust for level. But back in the days, per 1 or 2 flight, they have to hit that calibration button before they take off in order to reset the gyro compass and make it spin properly the way that it has to be. So yeah, that's another point. But this guy has made it impossible for them to even say that gyroscope is detecting for curvature. He himself did that. So yeah.
Yeah, it's also one of the main devices that is the gyro, the ADIs is working, and other systems that work on gyros. His main job is to always keep that level and show if there's any modification in the pitch, yaw, bank, roll, whatever.
Of you getting into this whole flat Earth debate when they were saying that you're a fake pilot and that you're lying. One of the things you did is you were actually interacting with a flat earther while you were in the air.
Correct, yeah.
And so my question to you is, how did you have internet access when you're flying at 40,000 feet?
The aircraft I fly and the previous one have satellite-based internet that essentially works all around the world. It's quite an expensive system, obviously. It's not as fast as NBN or broadband. It's reasonably quick, but it's satellite-based. The satellite antenna is in the tail of the aircraft, and we have an app that shows the different regions. You know, it's communicating with the geostationary satellites, and as we fly around the Earth, it may lock onto one.
Yeah, that's the fucking reason these guys even don't have communications over large distances of oceans and land. Yeah, your internet is coming from towers, right? That is one of the reasons. Now they have satelloons.
Oh yeah.
But it's not coming from satellite, because if it was coming from satellite, the planes don't have to fly dead reckoning with hundreds of people on board, leaving it up to the creator if they reach. Right? There are many flights, there's zero communication and they're flying dead reckoning.
Yep. Exactly. For a long time, most of the flights that left Aruba, where I'm from, they don't have internet until now. They don't have internet, and what's worse is that because the whole Caribbean doesn't have, like, I guess, a lot of money to put equipment all over the water in the ocean and stuff like that. Not even your GPS of the phone works anymore when you take off from the island. Everything drops. The GPS also drops. Why is the GPS dropping when I'm going closer to satellites? You understand what I'm saying? Why? If there's 10 to 20 satellites going over me, supposedly giving me my GPS signal, why is the GPS service dropping when I'm going off the island? Nobody can explain that to me. But if you're on America and you're leaving a state to the other one, they have more like very advanced technology that will make that all work. And I'm pretty sure most of them work with the new Starlink system now that is called I don't know if you know about this, Vikka. It's called the Starlink Gateway System. Starlink Gateway System. You'll see that there's like about 10 ground stations. I'll pull up a photo of them. 10 ground station or a little bit more than that, placed all over the US. And this is supposedly connected. This is supposedly giving your antenna the direction to the satellite in space. But these banks of radars on the ground are connected directly to the
back. Like a ball, looks like a globe, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The antenna looks like a ball.
Exactly, and they have normally they have a setup which each radar, when you see like 6 radars in a row, like I think it's like 8, and 4 is one in one line and 4 is in the other line. Every single one of those radars are pointing into a cardinal direction. One is northeast, the other one is south, the other one is southeast, southwest, blah blah blah, this and that. So they have complete coverage everywhere.
Oh yeah, because of those ground
stations. Internet.
Oh yeah, brother, because of those ground stations. That's how they triangulate bigger places and give internet. So if you have few places in US where you have those ground infrastructure of those antenna emitting internet, it's not very difficult to take a freaking signal, to give a signal to a plane. And if it's near, maybe you have a good internet. Right? Apart from the possibilities of the satelloons, that is totally in itself give internet to the ground, but that internet is relayed from the ground. So what are these powers? All these planes transponders are working like antenna too, right? Or just getting the signal or expanding the signal in different direction, be it a so-called satelloon, a plane, a drone, a solar kind of plane that could be in the air, right? Many different possibilities. That's how they're covering the ground. So the idea is the same, covering the ground from sending up the signal and expanding, or covering the sky from the same internet. I hope people get what I'm saying.
You can play it for a bit, and I'll pop up one of those images if you don't mind. Just popping in my image and then popping back out when you have a chance.
Becomes closer to the.
Yeah, I think we have a little bit of a delay. I don't know if it's my internet.
Oh yeah, looks like. A shout out to Zelkejo Zarka for being a member. Absolutely awesome, bro. Oh yeah.
Region of the next one, the little dish will transmit across. And sometimes we can be flying across the Pacific and we'll have momentary dropouts in the internet access, 1 or 2 minutes, and that's while it's.
Oh yeah, dropout? Why?
Of course.
Why should be a dropout?
I thought there were like 8,000 satellites orbiting the Earth.
Right.
8,000? Kidding me? It's like hundreds of thousands since the 70s. But we don't know where they are. Missing in action.
Moving from one satellite to the next. But essentially, we can fly anywhere in the world and have good internet access. Yeah.
Now, flat earthers tell us that internet is.
That was easy to put under the carpet, right? We can have easy, because of satellite, everywhere coverage. No, bro. The far away you are from the land, the more difficult it's gonna be, right?
Yeah. Can I say something also about these satellites, right?
Go ahead.
Yeah, the reason why, you guys know the reason why we see a light, right? Why do we see the light from the ISS supposedly? It's reflecting the sun's light supposedly, right?
Is that what they say?
Yes, that's exactly what it is. They're reflecting the light off of the. Yeah. So, but check this out. It's reflecting the light of the sun off of the solar panels. Okay. Now let's put this into perspective for a second. Around 2020, Starlink released about 1,000 satellites or something like that throughout 1 year. He released like a couple of hundreds at one point, and then he released a couple of hundreds again, and released a couple of hundreds here and there, blah, 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 yada, yada. We saw that train of satellite in a string, right? That flew over. It even flew over Aruba one day. And then it happened again. I think in 2023, it happened again. It flew over again one day. Now, are you telling me that there's about, I don't know, now they're saying there's about 5,000 of those satellites from Starlink, because there's auto satellites also in space, right? When you're having those photos taken off the globe when the ISS is orbiting the Earth, I'm not sure if the ISS is higher than these satellites or not. Not even just the satellites, but the fuselages also of the airplanes, which are thousands of airplanes flying around the globe constantly. You will never see a reflection of anything when they're viewing the globe. You don't see the reflection of the fuselages of the airplanes. You don't see the reflection of the thousands of satellites that is supposedly in the view at that moment right now. Right? It's all a big joke. You have to see a speck of reflection of something, even if it's tiny little reflections. You have to see something, because where the angle of the camera is, it's always with the sun behind it, and the globe being lit in front of it, and the satellites are flying over, and the solar panels are pointed at the sun, which is behind the cameraman. So those reflections has to be happening, but it's not happening. Even like it should be like a Christmas shimmering of lights that are happening when they're taking those photos of the globe every time, supposedly, but we know it's all fake.
Oh yeah, brother. This is the thing, right? You remember there was one French airline, yeah, which crashed in the Atlantic coming from US to Paris, right? It took them a year to find the freaking plane, dude.
MH370?
Yeah, right.
No. It was a French airline. in Atlantic, not the MS-17, right? That plane was flying dead reckoning in the night, right? These people, if they had satellites, they wouldn't take so much time to freaking find anything, right? They want everybody to believe that the whole world is connected. It's bullshit, dude. You freaking go out in the outback, you're not gonna get one line of anything,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I also do believe that they can turn off your transponder if there's somebody very interesting on that flight. I honestly believe that.
Oh yeah, absolutely, bro. This is one of the most easiest way, right?
And now that
The
all the airplanes are being automatically controlled, all you need is a bug.
Oh yeah, because these clowns are saying that the satellite and everything is so well communicated, the planes have internet like as if you have in the house. It's bullshit. The majority of the long flights, which is away from civilizations, are flying dead reckoning and without communications, right? People are risking every day, and people don't realize because they believe in a fake thing that the satellites are tracking us. There is no such thing as satellite tracking you. You're lucky if you freaking are near somewhere that there are towers that you are in connect with the communications and air control. There are times on a route that there are hours that you're not in communication, right? Because it's far, far away, right? So people, this is the thing. This is what they get away with bullshit of making people believe that this technological stuff is really like tracking the plane and everything is really good and right. Bullshit.
Well, they're just constantly pounded with that stuff. They talk about it in the news. It's in all kinds of movies. And Gio, that's a good question about where the different heights are, because how could you send the ISS and rescue missions and things like that, supplies? How could you send that through all those satellites?
Yeah. Yep. And
You're
here's
navigating
another
through thousands of them.
exactly right. Here's another crazy point that a lot of people I paid really close attention to it because I understood that the whole Starlink thing didn't work for me, networking wise, because when he started launching his satellites, you see those line of like connected satellites to each other, and they're spreading out supposedly, right? And they're making interconnection to each other all over the globe supposedly, right? But I've never seen them again after that. And when people started, I've never seen those shimmering lights again after that in the skies. And if you don't see this light, that means that there's no communication between you and those satellites up there. Because that's how light travels. And light travels the same thing as transmissions. You have to be serious. It's line of sight constantly that you need in order for this to operate. If not, it's not working. Right? But here's the kicker right here. When the social media started asking a bunch of questions to where these satellites of Starlink went, and I'm talking about the first, let's say about 750 of them, right? Because social media, people in Facebook and YouTube started questioning. They made up the excuse that this was a problem with, it was light pollution, okay? And this is what Elon Musk said. This is not a joke, guys. He said that he's gonna anti-reflective coat all the solar panels so that they don't shimmer, they don't reflect that light back. And I'm like, whoa, hold on a second. You're gonna take those 750 satellites that were already launched in there and grab all of them and paint them with a paint and then release them back again? Where is a single evidence of one of this anti-reflective coat painting? Because you already released like 750 of them, or even maybe it's 1,500. I'm not sure.
It's all garbage.
It's
you know what?
bonkers, bro. Come on. Are you kidding me?
Gio, he also has a car orbiting Mars now. So
yeah, with a spaceman in it.
Did you see that? He did a clip with Joe Rogan like a couple weeks ago, and they both of them were talking about the Mars rover. I mean, the was it Starman? Now it's orbiting Mars, and the two of them were like giggling like little girls, bro. They couldn't even hold their laughter in. It was pretty kind of compelling to me because I'm like, Look at these guys. These are the real deal. That's Elon Musk. Joe Rogan got the biggest podcast walking.
They're full of it.
Bro, they could not hold their laughter in. They were like
full of it.
Pretty bad, man. But people chew it up. They love it. Like, oh yeah, now it's orbiting Mars. Yeah.
Oh, that's what they said. It's orbiting Mars.
Bro, that's for real. Are you on my Facebook? Because I posted it like a week or two ago.
No,
I
don't
was like,
have
oh my
it.
God, look at these two guys.
I'll let you know. Is it under Gene Edit? Is the same thing? Okay,
Yep.
I'll find it.
Go to Vikka's page. I have two accounts. Go to the one where I'm looking to the left. Same picture. They're backwards though. But the one looking to the one with more more people
That depends on the perspective. If you're seeing he's seeing you from the south of the world, so you have to change it.
Yeah, but think about this, right? So every picture that they take from the globe that shows the daylight side has the solar panels of all those thousands, because there must be about, if that's half the globe and there's 10,000 satellites in space, take the half of it. So that's 5,000 satellites that is flying on half side of that globe, supposedly. All of them should be reflecting light backwards. But now all of them are coated with anti-reflective light.
It's all garbage. Hey, Vikka. Hey, Tron here. Listen, guys, I think I'm going to have to go. I've got a prior place I got to go, but I wanted to say thank you for inviting me up. And I hate to go, but I got to leave. So I just want to let everybody know, thank you for letting me come up and say what I said. And nice to meet everybody that was on the chat today.
Oh yeah,
John, great to meet you, bro. Finally got to meet you. We never did a live together on TikTok, but because I'm not there a lot, you know.
That's okay. If anybody sees me, just pop in, man.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm regular, and I got a lot of traffic. So
cool, man.
Let me know who you are. Come in and say something in the chat, and then
definitely,
I'll make sure you get on.
I'll try to get there this week, you know, and see what's going on.
Go ahead, man. I'll probably do a couple this week for sure. Okay, for sure.
Excellent, bro. Thanks for coming up, man. Thanks
no
for
problem.
hanging out, giving you time and your knowledge and this great information that you shared with us all.
I appreciate it. No,
brother.
Do it again soon. Thank you, Vikka.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Absolutely, brother. That was awesome. Awesome input. Yeah, absolutely. We'll continue that.
I'll come to whenever I'll follow you. I'm already following you guys. I'll try to follow the rest of you guys too, and try to do another one soon. You know, if you want me to, I'll be glad to talk about it. I love talking about flat Earth.
Oh yeah, we are here every weekend, every Sunday, brother. Whenever you want to jump in, you're welcome.
I'll try. I get your. I think I'm a subscriber, Vikka, so I know I get notices all the time. If I have time, I'll definitely let everybody know I'm in the chat, and then if you want to send me the link or bring me up, I'll be glad to come up.
Oh yeah, bro. Okay. Awesome.
Should I just drop myself? Can I just drop myself?
Oh yeah, you just have to leave the studio. Click leave studio, and you can, if you want,
remove from the stage.
Yeah, or I can.
Why don't you just drop me? Thank you.
Alrighty.
Goodbye, y'all.
See you later, Tron. Thanks again, bro.
No problem, man. I'm happy to be here.
Hey, Vikka, just a question. Do you know Brenda in the chat?
Yeah, Brenda.
No, I don't.
Brenda visits all the flat Earth pages as often as she can.
Have you ever heard of the music that 24-hour flat debate channel on YouTube made about it? He's in the beginning of the music. The guy's called Chocolate Saiyan, and he makes good hip hop beats and hip hop music, and he has a clip of Brenda at the beginning, and it's so funny, man. Brenda, what's up, Brenda? Everything good? Yeah, he's everywhere, bro. He's on TikTok right now too, attacking all of us, but he's under a different name there. I think it's Muppets something. Every time I call him out, he goes quiet for a couple of seconds and then starts speaking.
Anime says Brenda is McToon in a wig. That's funny.
Oh yeah.
So let me just take a wild guess that the satellite antenna on the plane is on the top of the plane and not the bottom.
Absolutely, it's on the tail. It's right up on the top of the tail. Yeah.
So as close to the satellites as possible.
There is a option for corporate aircraft to get Starlink. And
What?
it's
That
something
is
that we're considering.
bonkers, bro.
We're looking at the pros and cons of that. It's a fairly major operation where they have to cut into the airframe to put the big flat panel antenna on top. But yeah, you can go online, you can have a look at Starlink for aviation, and it will give you photos of what it looks like, and that gives you extremely fast speeds. You use Starlink in Antarctica, you know how well it works, yeah.
Yeah, let's talk about something.
Can we pause
got
that for
you
just let me make a comment about that. So if there's
Go
a
ahead.
long, yeah, if there's a long antenna that is sticking into the ground, and if it's somewhere on the ground that is on the right side of the airplane or the left side of the airplane, and it makes no fucking difference if it's on top or on the bottom.
Yeah,
It's still gonna be connected to it, bro. Come
yeah,
on, that's
exactly.
that argument is garbage, bro.
Mm.
Sorry, Vikka.
Exactly.
into Flat Earth at the very beginning,
Yes.
which was Eric Dubay claiming that the horizon always rises to eye level.
Correct.
Now, interestingly enough, Austin Whitsitt made this same claim to us at dinner when we were in Chile before flying to Antarctica. So this is something that has been stated by flat earthers for a decade now. They're still saying it. Here's what I've seen is that if you go, say, into a hotel and you go to the top floor, the horizon still looks like you're at eye level.
Yes.
But you're really not that high off the ground considering the size of the Earth.
Correct.
Now, a pilot, someone who routinely flies at 40 and even 45,000 feet, tell us, does the horizon rise to your eye level up there?
No, it definitely doesn't. And it's actually in our flight manual. It states specifically that the horizon will be below horizontal due to the curvature of the Earth. I can send you a picture of that.
What is below the horizontal? What is the horizontal then? And what is below?
Yep.
Well, the horizontal keeps changing constantly.
He means the horizontal of the ADI, and it's below. That's what he's trying to say.
Yeah, I've had somebody that had a photo in TikTok of the HUD display, and it shows the horizon being lower than their flight going forward. And I took that same photo and I put it into Yandex and I did a reverse image search. And I would see other airplanes that are flying at about 30,000 feet, you know, the usual cruising speed, because it shows you on top of the HUD A/P, which says that the autopilot is engaged and they're flying at about 30K, and it shows different altitudes of the horizon line. It shows one that is very close to the horizon, but what happens is when you're so high, there's so much clouds that hides the horizon line in the distance that you cannot see the horizon line because of the clouds.
Yeah, the haze.
The
Exactly.
haze, exactly, and they don't talk about that. They don't break it down, and it's you know, it's in their advantage to not break it down, because if you do break it down and talk about it extensively, you're gonna get screwed.
Oh yeah, and
They gloss over it. They gloss over it.
Exactly, and this what he's claiming, he's showing it through a kind of a lens that is showing some digital readings right in front of him, and that also creates like a little bit of dip, right? Because it's seeing through the glass, right? The real horizon is seen in the ADI.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead, bro.
Page of the flight manual. But it's only a small amount, and this is where the confusion comes in. At 45,000 feet, it's only 3.7 degrees down from horizontal, and that's not much. You know, like if I told you to look across at the other side of the hangar and tell me if something is at eye level, if it's a few degrees up or down, you can't see that with your eye. And what I've always considered is that when you're looking at the horizon, it's not that your horizon is rising to eye level, it's that your eye will naturally look at the horizon, okay? And your eyes are not calibrated
naturally
to measure 1 or 2 degree increments, you know? So if you're in an aeroplane at 35,000 feet and you see the horizon and you look at it, you're going to look at the horizon, you think, well, that looks like my eye level. But in reality, it's a few degrees below. In the aircraft that I operate and the previous one, we have a head-up display, which is a visual depiction of...
This is what I mean. A display. He's seeing through a freaking display that is a glass. For sure, he's gonna show some variation because you are looking through a freaking glass, dude.
Correct. Yeah, it's not gonna be accurate.
Exactly. It's not because there's a curve to the Earth. It's total bullshit.
You're mute, Sam. I think you want to speak, right? We don't hear you at all. No, we don't hear you, bro.
We don't hear you, Sam.
Okay, I get it.
There you go.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell you that I'm gonna go because I have to wake up in a couple of hours, so I have to get some sleep. And
Hey, Sam, I have a question for you. I'm so sorry for cutting you really quick.
Go ahead.
What is the OSHA, not OSHA, no, not OSHA.
Ocean 11, the movie.
No, I'm talking about
Ushuaia.
Palestinian war in the bank. What do you call it? Where they had a lot of people dying at a point.
The Gaza,
the Gaza Strip. So there was so I have an Australian girl that checked in my Airbnb here where I live, and she told me about a organization that had the Europeans funding the Hamas side of the war, and it was under an organization called OSH, something like that. Do you know anything about that?
I have no idea. There's like lots of organizations. There are like, hundreds of billions of dollars being sent to Gaza, every year, every couple of years. So there's a lot of shit going on there. I don't know.
Right.
But send it to me on Telegram.
Yeah,
I'll pick it up for you. No problem.
Yeah.
No problem.
All right, brother.
Take it easy.
Sam.
Bye, Vikka. Thanks.
Sam.
Gene.
Yep. Thanks for passing by, bro. Yep. See you later.
See you
Good
later,
to see you, bro. Thanks for coming up, man.
Take care, brother.
Thanks to you.
Essential flight data, and specifically the pitch attitude of the aircraft, and also the true horizontal line. And I've got videos about this on my channel showing the true horizon line, which is true horizontal, and the Earth.
Yeah. So where is the horizon line for him?
Yeah, supposedly high up in the skies.
Yeah.
Why would that make a difference left to right in the sky? It would make no difference. You should be able to see that from 50 feet or 100 feet left to right. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's not the distance. It's the width view.
Right. Yeah, and you can clearly see there's a curve right there, and that's not reality. That is the window making that effect right there, because we have 110,000 feet observation that has no curve. Understand what I'm saying? So that already is not true.
Yeah, I don't know what this is from, but that's wrong.
Yeah, and I just wanted to mention this. There was a pilot, a Aruban pilot where I'm from, once again. And he made a video about a water bottle being placed on the cockpit dashboard right on top of what he's showing right there, where it's kind of a little bit lit and gray. And he placed a water bottle like that, and he made a film of showing how the water bottle's level doesn't align with the horizontal in the distance behind it. I took that video and I cut it out, and I made sure that the water leveled properly with the frames of the video. And as soon as I did that, it matched the horizon behind it. The guy, after making the Flat Earth and versus Globe debate group in Aruba for 5 years, after I showed him that, it didn't take him long for him to leave the group for like a year, then to come back after that. But he got like a reality check right there, where I actually aligned it properly, because he's filming and it's kind of going up and down like that. And when I caught the water bottle, because the water bottle was also moving, and when I caught the line being perfectly flat The horizon was behind it. I gotta get you guys this video also, man. That it was kind of a reality check for him for sure. Like he couldn't say nothing against that.
Oh yeah, also in this image, right? Where from which cockpit can you freaking see like this curve? Show us one cockpit footage that shows curve like this. We'll wait.
What happens is when the camera is low, the window affects it. But when the camera is higher up in the window, you see that window, it doesn't affect it anymore. And that's a trick that they use. They even used it with the airplane, the spy plane, the U-2 spy plane, the same thing. Because the U-2 spy plane, when you have the camera, the window is like this. When you have the camera low, it affects straight lines. But when you have the camera high, you see it's a flat earth. Check it out. It's the same thing.
Oh yeah. We have a little bit more left. We see if we can cover
You
everything.
can see it in the pitch scale. It shows you how many degrees below it is. As well as that, there's been other times where we've been flying across the ocean and we see the sun setting or the sun rising, and when the sun first comes up over the horizon, you can see the sunlight streaming into the aeroplane in an upwards direction. I've got a number of videos of that where I look at the sun and then you look inside the aircraft and the sun is hitting the ceiling of the roof of the cockpit. Yeah.
So there's a good challenge for
Yeah, if you are seeing through that atmos plane, the sun coming out, yeah, it's gonna go in every direction, the light. Yeah, the same way when you're driving freaking on a highway, yeah, and you have a sunset behind you, and you're driving on a straight highway, even the car which is in front of you, even below the car, you're gonna see the sunlight. Right? That's an example to show how the light can move.
flat earthers right there, which is how does the sun light up the ceiling of the cockpit of a plane flying at that height?
Yes.
I think there is literally no answer that they can give. Now, just to make sure I'm understanding this correctly, on the globe, the horizon should drop as you increase in altitude.
Correct.
And so using this instrument in the plane, this head-up display, this HUD, I'm guessing that when you're on the ground, you see the horizon at one place, and then as you increase altitude, you see that horizon dropping below eye level.
100%. You know, if you're looking at ground level, the HUD horizon line is on the horizon. You know, if you've got a clear view, sometimes at an airport it's not easy when you've got buildings and whatnot, but if you can see a clear horizon, that horizon line will be exactly on the Earth's horizon when you're at ground level. And the higher you go, the gap continues to increase.
Yeah, because there is atmosphere
from a different aircraft that shows that from taking off to climb, and you can steadily see the Earth horizon dropping from the HUD horizon line.
Incredible. Now, the question that we get all the time, I get it almost daily at this point due to my involvement in this place with the final experiment, is why can't we see the curvature? So flat earthers are always asking this question, where's the curve? And the easy response from the globe side is you can see the curve if you get high enough, if you get high enough off the Earth. So here's my question for you as a pilot who should be able to answer this question is, can you see the curve when you're flying?
100%, and I have actually photographed it and filmed it in videos. If I could just grab the globe for a minute, again, the mistake flat earth.
Yeah, he's the only one pilot that has managed to capture the curve from a flying cruising altitude of a commercial airline. He should get a Nobel Prize for that. Yeah, even Neil deGrasse Tyson cannot find the curve from 120,000 feet.
Well, it's actually more than that, because he also said he made three different statement about the curvature of the Earth. He also made the statement towards I think it was the Blue Origin, the plane that went high up. It's not Blue Origin. I'm sorry, it's Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos? No, that's Blue Origin. It's not him. It's the other guy, the Virgin Galactic guy with the airplane.
Yeah.
He made a comment against him too, live on TV, like a couple of hours after that first images went live about you can't be seeing curvature on that airplane. Like literally, he did it like 3 different scenarios. Funny stuff.
Earthers make is they believe that a pilot should be able to see this curve. Now, in reality, at 45,000 feet, we're only just on this scale, slightly above the Earth. So what we can see is probably about that much. We can probably only see about that much of the Earth at 45,000 feet. And what we're looking at is that horizon, which is at our field of view. So it's only such a tiny part of the Earth that we're actually looking at. We're not seeing the 1 degree per 60 nautical mile curvature. We're seeing the edge of that small circle of our vision, and that's the curvature that we're seeing. So it's not the curvature of the Earth, it's curvature of the horizon based on the small circle of our field of vision. When I say small circle, it's about 250 nautical miles from 45,000 feet. So in all directions, we're only seeing the horizon at about that distance. But absolutely it is evident. Yeah.
Now,
It's at 250 miles. 250 miles. You know how much curvature have to be there?
Dude,
Yep.
I don't know, but that's a lot.
Oh, I tried to paste a link of a head-up display that is in I found it on Yandex, and it's in Wikipedia, that had an altitude of 37,000, and you can see the line is still on the horizon. You're telling me for only 500 feet it goes up so high? That makes absolutely no sense. You can see it's right on the horizon line at 37,000 feet. So
Oh yeah. 250 miles is a lot. Is a lot to still see.
with my limited experience, you've been doing this a lot longer than I have. Flat earthers will reject any evidence that you give them, which goes against a flat earth and supports the globe.
Yes.
So I'm guessing they've rejected your pictures and your videos of this curvature. And
Because you're a lying piece of shit. The only one who can see the curve. Go on TikTok, go to the scientific community, and go and claim your Nobel Prize. No other plane can see the curvature. What the shit are you flying? Or where are you flying? Right? Get your Nobel Prize. Because many cannot find the curve from any altitude other than your ISS. Right? So, give us the exact altitude, Mr. Fake Pilot, from where you are registering this curve. We like to have, because we all are looking for an altitude, an exact altitude where the curve starts. We and many globers are not able to find the exact altitude.
one thing that I would predict, which is pretty easy to predict just once you're in the mind of flat earthers, is they're probably going to say that if there's visible curvature in a picture or video that you took from the cockpit, that it's due to curvature of the windows in the plane.
Yes.
Deal with that.
That is exactly true, Will. I've had that claim many times made by flat earthers, and as a rebuttal, I have shown footage from inside the cockpit looking at straight lines in the hangar, proving that there is no curvature induced by the cockpit. And I've had friends come out, some of my subscribers that live in Perth, they have come out and witnessed it themselves. But I've shown it in videos as well.
Yeah, one of the difficult things I found is getting flat earthers to tell you what they...
Oh, yeah.
Just FYI for everybody in the chat and in this live, I dropped a name a while ago. It's called Pilot LX. I'll drop it again. So he's a flat earth pilot on Facebook that puts out so much photos and videos from the cockpit. Not like these people that are that are keeping the cockpit private and holding images away from you. No, he posts constantly. And he's laying the messages descriptively because during the pandemic, he was deplatformed like 3 times. So he's scared of losing his account again while he's trying to build his audience again. And he has his mouth strapped because he can't say anything. So that's why he would lay down the messages like very limited and restricted because they took his account away from him like 3 to 4 times during the pandemic.
Oh yeah, brother. We know many people know Pilot Alex on Facebook.
Yep.
Oh yeah, so no cockpit can see, only his one. So eat that and get your Nobel Prize.
Would accept, right? What kind of a camera, what kind of a lens, what kind of a test to show you that the window in the plane or the window in the cockpit is not causing this curvature. And they don't really want to do that because once they say, I will accept.
Yeah, because from no other cockpit view, you are seeing the curvature. You are the only fake pilot who's able to see from a cockpit the curve.
This, we know the truth of reality. We'll be able to provide that, and then they'll kind of be stuck.
Yes.
Now let's talk about something else which flat earthers have made a huge deal about over the years, which is emergency landings.
Yes.
So our mutual
Yeah, you could feel that they're already nervous, right? Because the emergency landing, we all know about the emergency landing, right? And what it proves. Another destroyer of globe. So these people don't have shit.
acquaintance, Eddie Alencar,
Yes.
who goes by Flat Earth Banjo, he's made such a big deal about this. He's actually written a book about it. And so flat earthers seem to think that emergency landings prove flat Earth and refute the globe. But when you take a close look at it, that's just not the case.
Absolutely not the
Yeah, that's just not the case because you fucking said it, right? Show to us on your freaking globe. Yeah, just by saying, right? On flat Earth, it makes perfect sense, right? They're not gonna fly 2-3 hours more because they want to do an emergency landing, right? For fuck's sake.
case. I've had some dealings with Eddie. Back in, before 2020, I was communicating with him quite.
Yeah, because he was fucking destroying you guys. Yeah.
Quite a bit. I was explaining his errors. A lot of his errors, if I could just grab the globe, is that when he is presenting his own videos, he's producing another straw man by drawing the incorrect route as it should be on a globe. So, for example, there's a very famous one where the aircraft diverted to Alaska, I think it was. Yeah, diverted up to Alaska, and it was flying across, and he believed that it should have been diverting to Hawaii. But if you actually draw it correctly on the globe, the Great Circle route, Alaska was the obvious choice. So we talked about it many times. We were looking at going to Tokyo for the Olympic Games in 2020.
No, because they were flying near to the land. That is the reason Alaska was near. They were not, and the party is showing on the globe, right? Because that is one of the routes. Why? Because of the towers, because of the routes, because of the waypoints.
Before the pandemic hit, and I communicated with Eddie. I said, look, I'm coming to Japan. That's where he's located. Let's meet up face to face. Let's discuss this. I'll go over the points with you. He immediately became defensive and started making excuses to not meet up and not have a live debate. He told me that he was unwell, that he was sick, he was not well enough to meet somebody face to face. He also told me that he was going to stop making videos. And I thought, okay, taking a person in good faith, I believed him. I said, okay, no problem, we'll let it go. He then blocked me, deleted my comments, and kept right on going.
Wow. Now, let's talk a little bit more about emergency landings, because what I've found is that flat earthers will do what I call surface level research,
yes,
which is YouTube videos and TikTok videos, and heavy confirmation bias.
Yes.
So they'll find one thing that confirms what they already believe, and then they'll run with it. Whereas I like to do deep research. I like to keep going, keep asking questions, keep challenging. And so
He likes it deep. Yeah.
He likes it deep. There you go. You know what's funny? He said, I'm saying it again, right? With Whitsitt, he said that he knew all the flat Earth arguments, and when Whitsitt asked him about like 40 questions, he couldn't answer a thing. He was just standing there, and he wasn't reacting. And Whitsitt asked him a question, and he didn't say anything, and he's like, "Are you still going?" And then he asked him another question, and then he's like, "Are you still going?" And he asked him another question. That's how the whole script was. And I believe that he wasn't in on it yet during that time, but he's a big time liar. He's a fucking big time liar, bro.
Yeah, he likes to go deep.
Their surface level understanding of an emergency landing is that you would just go to the closest runway or the closest airport, but that's not what you would do either. Talk about the different levels of an emergency that a pilot might face on a flight and how they decide where they're going to land.
That's a really good point, Will, and that is a consideration that flat earthers do not look at. Talking to Eddie, he believed that in every emergency situation, you should go to the closest airport. Now, when we fly from Sydney to the USA, you know, we have Hawaii as one of our alternate airports en route, and there's another place called Cassidy Island. Now, Cassidy Island is basically just a runway on a small island with no facilities. Now, it depends on the nature of the emergency. We can have an engine on fire. It sounds traumatic, but we can shut the engine down, we can put the fire out, we can continue quite safely with the remaining engine. If it's more critical than that, if we have severe depressurization and airframe is likely to have a structural failure, then we would want to get on the ground as soon as possible. But another scenario is a sick passenger. We're flying from Sydney to the USA. Cassidy Island is 10 minutes away, and suddenly our passenger's starting to have a heart attack. There's no point going to Cassidy Island. There's no hospital, there's no medical facilities. It's actually worse if we landed there and now we're stranded, okay? Then we've got to take off again. In that situation, we would choose to continue to Honolulu, where there is a major hospital, modern facilities, and they can get proper treatment. The point is, there's so many different considerations that flat earthers are not aware of, and I asked this of...
Well, it depends where the emergency happened and where the fuck you are and what possibilities you have.
Vikka, I found a video of the water bottle being level with the horizon. Can I do this? Should I do it after the whole thing?
But it's very long?
No. It's extremely short. Extremely short. Less than 30 seconds I can show it to you.
So put it on. We can play it.
I think I've seen this.
No. This is original, brother.
Oh, no?
Yeah, this is original. This is from the pilots of Aruba, saying
cool.
that, yeah, bro, you've never seen this before.
Nice.
Give me 1 second. StreamYard Studio. I think it's this one. Right. Yeah, it's this one. Go ahead.
Wait, give me a sec.
Hold on, just to make this better, I have to put you on the second screen so I can see. If I'm showing you this stuff correctly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, do you see this? Hold on, let me... Do you see the water bottle? Oh shit! I think I screwed it up. Yeah, just give me. I'm gonna reshare it. Sorry, Vikka. Facebook. Here we go. That's it. Here we go. Yeah, that should be good. Yeah, this is me right there without hair. So he posted the video, and let me show you. Hold on. Hold on. There you go. You see that? Did you see that? Well, I'll play it again. You see that? So he was showing a very fast moving video, and I took it and I had to slow it down like a lot. You can't even slow it down with the YouTube video. You got to slow it down with like DaVinci app. You got to slow it down a lot. And he didn't have the water level correctly, as you can see. You're gonna see how the water is gonna level up, and you're gonna see the horizon that's in the background right here. You see that?
Mm.
I play it. See what's gonna happen. So right now it's auto level, and of course, in order for that bottle to be level, right now you see that the level is inclined like this, because you can still see the flat top of the water. That means that it's not leveled both ways. On the left side of the bottle and on the right side of the bottle, you shouldn't be seeing the water, the top of the water in that bottle. And when both edges are aligned and it's flat, it aligns with the horizon. Look at this. You see that? You see that?
Oh yeah.
So the guy didn't even notice it, and I took that video out, and he was playing a fast video, of course. I totally slowed it down, and you can see when the water level is level in the bottle, it's game over. He got a reality check right there. I'll show it again, and then we can go on with the video. See, right now it's not leveled, right? We can agree with that.
Yeah.
Right? So we're gonna start from there and make sure that when it's flat, it should be higher than the horizon at 30,000 feet. Boom.
Oh yeah, and even the water is like almost like playing like a filter, like working like a filter in a way, right?
Look at that. Look at this.
Yep.
It is.
Flat.
Look at how different the bottom of the white looks in the bottle compared to the right of it.
Yeah, because it's a layer, because it's working like a glass, right? The water.
Yep. So the guy got a reality check because he couldn't lie anymore. Because first of all, he was lying about most of the things that he was telling the people in the Facebook group, that the horizon is curved, the horizon is curved. Until I started showing like a lot of photos and videos from Pilot LX, and he started being ashamed. And then he tried to do this last stunt, and I caught him right. I caught him right in the fire, bro. So, yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, this is he was also trying to do the same shit with that display glass and trying to show the people, you see it's moving a little bit. It's all bullshit. It's just because it's doing kind of a refraction of the light, because it's passing through another medium that is already passing through one of the glass, and you have another display glass, right? So yeah.
Considerations a pilot must make, or a flight planning department should make when deciding on where to go in an alternate, and he couldn't produce one. His mindset was that you just must.
Yeah, it just happens to be that on a flight route, that you put it on a flat earth between 2 points, and if there's an emergency, it just goes exactly on that same line, right? It's such a big coincidence, so many times, right?
Land at the nearest suitable airport in every situation. But we've got factors such as runway length. If the runway's too short, it's useless. If the runway is not strong enough, the pavement strength, if it's not strong.
Yeah, that is the reason. That is one of the reason, apart from the towers, to be in the range of the towers, is that you can land quickly, right? And there are so many airports, freaking everywhere.
Yeah.
If you don't have international airports or local airports, you have airports, you have strips, bases all over.
Long enough, you're going to land, you're going to destroy the runway. You're not going to get off again. The availability of fuel, you might have to land for some reason that can be corrected quite easily, but then if you don't have enough fuel to depart, you're stranded. It may be extremely expensive to fly or to bring in a ship with aviation fuel. So some of the remote airports that might be good in a last-ditch emergency requirement may not be the best choice if you have a relatively minor emergency. We then have the weather considerations. If you're diverting to an airport that has weather that is quite severe and the airport is not equipped with the appropriate instrument approach landing, you wouldn't go there. You might fly an extra hour just to get to a better airport. Okay, so as you heard, Will, I just paused then because we had a helicopter landing. It was overpowering our voices, but we'll continue. So yeah, the many considerations that a flight planning department or a pilot has to consider when looking at a divert option. And flat earthers don't consider this. Another one is that we don't have to worry about it in our aircraft, but some airliners, if they take off with a full load of fuel, they cannot land until they have reduced the fuel load. And they do something called fuel dumping. And to dump fuel from, say, a full load down to the point where they can land could take 30 or 40 minutes. Now, that 30 or 40 minutes means they have to keep flying, and it would then again be logical to choose a more suitable airport, even if it was completely off your original course. If it's 40 minutes away, you have to fly.
Why the hell is friggin' making sense on a flat earth and not on a globe? Why are these diversions so big on a globe? And this happens to line up in a straight line on a flat earth.
Yep.
By that 40 minutes anyway to dump the fuel, so that could explain why you have like a significantly off-track diversion point. The other thing is landing fees. Some airports will charge extreme landing fees. If you've got an airliner with 300 passengers and you're now conducting an emergency landing, what are you going to do with those passengers? Is there accommodation? Can you put them in a hotel? Can you arrange alternate aircraft to...
Yeah, sometimes they're just going to take risk because they don't want to freaking give place and food to the people. That's what he's trying to freaking say. If it's an emergency and you can land on that airport, you're going to land, right? If no, they know what is happening. They're not going to try to save because they have to pay and accommodate the passengers, right?
pick up these passengers and continue on the flight. There's just so many considerations that flat earthers just don't look at.
Yeah, this is the importance of asking questions and seeking out experts. So a perfect example is I see flat earthers so
Experts who don't have given shit. Yep. Not given shit, right?
so frequently refuse to reach out to people such as yourself, to reach out to people that are experts, and they just run with information instead of trying to understand it better. A perfect example is Anthony Powell, who filmed the 24-Hour Sun in Antarctica multiple times. They just called him a liar and didn't reach out to him. I reached out to him and created a relationship with him and found out he's not a liar. He actually does go to Antarctica.
What kind of relationship?
The deep one.
Every year. Same thing happened with you. You come out and say, hey guys, you have this wrong. I'm a pilot. Instead of reaching out and asking questions and trying to understand it, they just immediately...
Yeah, a fake pilot. Yeah.
Yeah. Remember when Jaron was supposedly filming the sun and he had to stop because they had to go somewhere else? You remember that part when they were in Antarctica? He was gonna film. He was gonna film the sunspots, but if they were in a volume studio, you cannot film a sunspot, and he never did. and I think everything else that came along took a very long time and could be easily blendered out or Unreal Engined out. But if you're in my opinion, right, if you're in a volume studio, if you're in like some kind of a dome scenery, and there are screens is what is projecting your environment. This technique, excuse me, it's used in a lot of those new movies, modern movies, huge snow landscape scenarios. Same thing with Antarctica. Yet it's not going to be the same thing when you're zooming in on the sun with the P900, because you're looking out so far with the P900 that you're getting away that whiteness of the sun, and then the sun becomes like orange after it focuses with the light of the sun, and then you can see the sunspot. But that doesn't work on those monitors. And in my opinion, right, you as a flat earther longer than me, and you have a P900, but you cannot work with it, and you tell everybody live that you need that guy that helped him, supposedly McKeegan, to help him find the settings in order to get the zoom in for the solar flares, for the sunspots. It's not that hard, bro. It's not. You only have to put it in manual mode, and you have to zoom in, like turn the knob to make it focus. But as a flat earther with a P900, that's the first thing you have to learn in order for you to understand how to like focus on the stars and stuff like that. If not, you're never going to focus on the star correctly. And I'm pretty sure he, as a smart guy, he would have done so. But somehow he was making up an excuse that he couldn't focus on the sun when he was standing in front of the camera and it was filming him. And he said that, oh, I think I have to get McKeegan in order for him to focus with the sun correctly for me. And I was like, oh no, brother, you didn't just say that. You got to be kidding me, bro.
Oh yeah, they both needed help. Jaren and Austin needed help from McKeegan and Toon, and from they've never done science before. They've never handled
supposedly
instruments and gadgets before. They needed the assistance of these people to show.
That's a no-no, brother. That's a no-no. Like, that's a big blunt lie right there. I was like, I saw that. I'm like, what? This guy doesn't know how to operate a P900?
Oh, yeah.
Immediately call you a liar.
Yeah.
I'm guessing in the last 10 years, you didn't have a lot of flat earthers reaching out to you, trying to understand these issues and asking questions of you.
Almost none.
Yeah, this TFE was a freaking pure bullshit. Anyone who believes anything out of this TFE needs help.
Almost none. I do have a couple of emails where a flat earther has looked at all the evidence, not necessarily just because of me, but perhaps my videos contributed to their research, and they've thanked me, And one of them I remember distinctly was a guy called Odiopiku. That was his channel name. He was a strong flat earther. He was around in the days of Chippy the Chipmunk, who was another flat earther. Now, Odiopiku, I communicated with him. He called me a liar. He called me a deceiver, didn't believe I was a pilot, got all the standard abuse, but he did a complete turnaround based on his own research. I believe he did a cruise down around Antarctica. Don't know the full story, but he came back to the globe, and the one sticking point he couldn't understand was the artificial horizon in the aircraft. And I had a video about that, explaining how the artificial horizon can correct, and its ability to correct means it can remain aligned flying around curvature. And he came onto my channel and thanked me. And he said, thank you, Wolfie. He said, I apologize for insulting you in the past. He said, watching this video was the last point that I had to clarify.
They love to make up shit, right? I don't know who the hell is even he's speaking about, right?
Yeah, really. I never heard of either one of those names ever. For any context, like, you think you might hear of someone who was a big flat earther that jumped the fence.
Oh yeah.
I
Yep.
never did, but
I never heard of him also.
Hey, aren't the sunspots cyclical? Right, like every 10 or 12 years or something.
Yeah.
So now the hydrogen and helium gravity furnace rocket
How does that work?
has a cyclical pattern on it now too, right?
Right.
Okay. Gotcha.
Exactly. Doesn't work. Makes no sense, bro.
Nah, not really.
Did the thing, and he's saying that guy went to Antarctica and he come back and he said, yeah, the artificial horizon is curvy, and he became a globe earther. Yeah.
Yeah. Is that easy?
Yeah.
In my mind, you know, and then you've explained how the artificial horizon works. So he came back to the globe. That was many, many years ago. Yeah, so I've had some good experiences.
Oh yeah, really.
Yeah, let's talk about the artificial horizon, because this is another thing that flat earthers don't understand, and they seem to think that it's set before.
Yeah, only these people fucking understand, right? Nobody else understand.
Before you take off, and then remains rigid on the flight.
That's completely wrong. And pilots learn about all the errors in the artificial horizon. There are turning and acceleration errors. The artificial horizon aligns itself based on the sensed direction of down. And it does that using pendulous vanes in the instrument. I have a series of detailed videos.
Down. Yeah, down. Not to the center of the earth, to the mental core, right? That's how the artificial horizon thing works, because it understands what is up and what is down. In simple words.
Videos opening up an artificial horizon. I actually bought one. I bought myself an artificial horizon, powered it up, opened it up, and you can see how the mechanism works. You can see how the pendulous vanes will open and close if the gyro is not aligned correctly, and the airflow that comes out of those vanes will constantly keep.
But that's the main job of the gyro, is to keep that artificial horizon level, right? That's the main job, to keep it level and show the level. So if there's anything that the case or the body of the aircraft is moving, it's going to show the reference where is the real level. That's why when you are banking, you're going to see how it's going in a slope. And when you come back to 0 degrees, you are back to the level. That's the reason gyros are used. Its main purpose, even in a ship.
Aligning the gyro. Now, in my videos, I deliberately throw the gyro off alignment and just sit there and watch it in a time lapse, and it will slowly bring itself back to alignment. So, yeah, the fact that the gyro remains rigid in space at all times, completely wrong. In fact, if you perform a turn and you just kept going around and around multiple
It's going to keep
times for
correcting.
several minutes, the gyro is going to start aligning to the turn, because as you're in a turn, you've got like an artificial direction of down due to the centrifugal force. So it's a combination of normal down and the G-force in the turn. It gives you like a false, it's like a G-force in the turn, and the instrument will start aligning to that over a period of many minutes. And this is why when we fly a holding
Over
pattern,
what?
when
When
the
will
aircraft
it
is
start?
required to go into a holding pattern.
I cannot play it back because, yeah, what did you hear?
Well, he said if it's going in a circle, the gyroscope's going to align to that. So what happens when they do circles when they can't land right away? You got planes doing circles for hours sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh
You
yeah,
have landing gear failure. They circle around for as long as they can, trying to fix it, right? So how does that work? That can't be right, can it?
I'm not sure about this. I think what he's trying to say is that it doesn't immediately spring back to level because that's gonna fuck up the machinery, right?
Throw everything off.
Yeah, exactly. It's gonna go slow back. I think that's what he's all. I think that's all what he's trying to say, and also about the whole centrifugal and all that shit. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I caught it correctly.
Oh yeah.
We don't fly circles because that can cause errors to develop in the instrument. We fly oval racetrack patterns. So generally a 180-degree turn, 2 minutes level, 180-degree turn, 2 minutes level. And that way, a single 180-degree turn is not enough for the gyro to start developing errors. And the 2 minutes of straight flight is enough for it to continue remaining correctly aligned.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the important.
That is the reason. That is the reason. If there's any variation in the body of the aircraft, its job of the gyro is to make sure the down is down, up is up, and to get you back to your 0-degree straight and level to all the different movements you want to do. Right? That's it. That's its job. What it's doing. The gyro, the ADI, the artificial horizon, the banking, everything.
But Vikka, Globe see horizontal lines as horizontal lines. It's not a straight line, guys. It's a curved line. It's not straight. No matter how high you go, it stays straight, but it's not.
Or curving.
Oh yeah, this is just mental gymnastics to show that this is the instrument, this is it doing. No, the instrument is doing its job, and if there's anything else the instrument needs to do to calculate for the curvature, it's not going to work. Nothing is going to work. Yeah, just toys, just making shit up, right? Mental gymnastics. But really they cannot show how it's working. They can just say that this is like this could be like that, but not really they can prove, right? They show that they depend so much on the gyro and the ADI, but that instrument destroys them. The communications, the waypoints.
Yeah. Look at my profile pic. You see right now it has the vertical line, the diagonal line, and the horizontal line. Yeah, look at that horizontal line right there. Oh shit! I'm not sure why it's not working correctly, but it shows correctly here. But whatever.
Oh yeah, brother. That's it. I think we had the 2 podcasts expanding on this. We went twice, so the people could understand what these people really have or don't have, right? In details, point by point, right? If this clown has seen and he thinks he's compensating for the curve, he needs to do and show it in real time, right? The videos he's showing is only coming from his plane, from his display system, his fake explanation, right? The emergency landing. These people don't have anything. And the gadgets shows and prove that these people don't have anything. Yep, we are almost done for today. Hey Aaron, how are you? Vlad.
Hey, what's going on, man? I appreciate y'all having me back. You know, I know you're about to get off, Vikka, man, but I just wanted to say what's up and, peace out and everything. But, before you rolled up out of here, I'm assuming the show went well. Everything went well with Troy and everything else like that. And you want to know something? We need more people like him to come out. Not people like me, but more people like him that work on gear like that. You understand what I'm saying? To drop truth on people's heads like that, and just let people know like it is, man. Like, we're not hiding anything, and this is what it is. If we have more people like Troy coming out, man, that would definitely helps bring forward the truth in things. That's all I got. But
Yeah,
appreciate
brother,
you
there
for
are
having me on again.
absolutely, brother, Tron, and there are more people like Tron who are coming up and saying the truth because the people are fed up.
Yep.
Because the people are fed up. I didn't knew. I had some idea about Tron having some background, but I didn't know exactly what he did. But now today that he was here in the podcast, we try to understand and we got the right picture. Right? There are many people, as I said, like Tron, who are fed up, who have dedicated their life to all these kind of profession, and they understand. Just one clown and one con artist together trying to indoctrinate people is not going to change the reality and the fact and how all these vessels move in the environment and
Yep.
how these gadgets help to move, to communicate safely.
Yep.
What was his background?
I think he was into aeronautic engineering.
Yeah, he was a
Not.
helo. He was a helo. He was a helo He was a helo electronics technician along those lines, and his specialty were the I don't know exactly, but it was the electronics on helos on helicopters.
Oh
You know
wow.
what I'm saying?
Nice.
Yeah, it was the electronics on helicopters. It was only so he worked along with those things closely. He worked on those things closely, so it's not like he didn't know what he was talking about because he knows exactly how they function.
Nice. Thank you, bro. Nice. I didn't know that. So that's yeah, that's a good it's a good addition to the family, right?
Yeah, totally. And
Yeah,
I'm
and
just learning about him.
oh yeah, I think it's the first time he came to our panel. No, last time he was there in the chat, he was listening. But yeah, and yeah, shout out to Brett Freeman also. He's also an aeronautic engineer. He was in Flat in the Curve. And then shout out
See,
to also to Rob Taylor. He was the helicopter pilot,
see.
right?
I was just talking to
So
Rob Taylor this week.
nice.
Yeah. Yeah, he's doing good.
Oh yeah, there are radar guys on TikTok. There are pilots. There are small aircraft pilots. There are people telling now the truth because it's enough. Now they have a way. They have their time to come when they want and speak. Right. That's the best part also about TikTok, that anybody can freaking jump in and the
Yeah,
way they are
really.
feeling that day, and they could just. And there are people also whose families were into different projects and things, and which proves flat Earth, and they have come to know, right, to the families and how the technological stuff works, and so yeah, lots of people, and it's good. It's good because there's limit, right, of lies upon lies upon lies, and when you see intentionally that there's so much of suppression going on with the truth, and the people just so freaking lost in this glow fantasy, and people defending this anti-flat earth. Yeah, guys, I think it's good for today. Yeah, these people don't have nothing about aviation. Aviation is one of the main thing that destroys the globe out of this existence, right? So yeah, guys, last thoughts and we'll wrap up. We're almost freaking 4.5 hours.
Yeah, that went fast. I'll say goodnight to everybody. I had a great time in the chat tonight. A lot of action going on there. A lot of fun. And thanks for the guests. Tron, Gio, good to see you, bro. Vlad, always good to see you, brother. Sam, who else? RG never made it. I hope he's okay. It's kind of weird without him now, right? My friend Ari, guys, something happened with the email. I tried to email her and she didn't get it, and I wasn't able to get in touch with her. So My friend Ari made this poster I have behind me, and we'll try to get her back because that'll be some fun conversation when she gets here. She'll get on. I'll get a hold of her and we'll fix it. So yeah, it was a lot of fun going over a lot of this. We talked a lot about this, Vikka, right? When the Flatten the Curve first came out, and the first 6, 8, 10 months of the podcast was a lot about this stuff. So it's good to brush up on it because I don't remember this stuff. Hearing it a couple times 2 years later, it's like, it's definitely good to brush up on this stuff, and always learning, guys. It's always a learning curve here, and I love being here with you guys. So have a great week, everybody. And Vikka, thanks for the time, brother. I know it's late over there, and I appreciate it, bro.
Yeah, same here, Vikka.
Oh yeah, bro.
Yeah. Thank you for the time, Vikka. Every single one of us does something positive to the whole community, and it requires a big synchronization of individuals that speak out truth, right? We might differentiate in opinion sometimes, but we have a basis, right? We know that it's flat, it's topographically flat, non-rotating plane, and all the space agencies lies. That's it. That's our basis, and then we built up off on that. Some people think that there's more lands beyond. Some people think that there's a wall. Whatever the opinions, nobody know. But yeah, we're gonna get to that too. Slowly but surely, it's all coming out, and thanks to you guys and everybody in the TikTok community, everybody in the YouTube community, everybody in the Facebook community. We all do a good part to the whole movement. And we keep growing every day. So power to everybody, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, brother. Absolutely. Thanks for passing by, bro. Pleasure as always.
Yeah, y'all. I appreciate y'all for having me on. I think this is one of the better episodes, more necessary episodes, and just laying it out there, making it plain. We're all about the truth. That's it. So now we're going to separate the wheat from the chaff. We're not here to play games, and that's it, man. That's it. Like, we're not here to fuck around and play games, man. Like, you're either going to accept the truth for what it is, or now we're putting the ball in your court. Where
Oh damn, you got dropped.
Bummer.
That sucks.
What happened, Vlad? Oh yeah, brother. This is the thing. Absolutely. Thanks for your input, bro. And this is the thing. Yeah, we need people like Tron and more people to come out more ahead and speak their truth, because this is the thing. These globers, they think flat earthers, they don't understand anything, and there are not people who are professional in flat earth, who have had professional life in different things, and after became a flat earther. This is also one of the problems. There's this thing, the globers are going to just fall for it for sure, but the flat earther, no. There are many smart people in flat earth community. That is the reason the globe is falling. So, yep, there you have it, people. These people don't have anything in any aspect of destroying flat earth, and especially the aviation, right? We have tons of people who have already come out, and many is going to come out, who's going to show and testify that how these gadgets and everything works, right? These fake people, if they really had the curve, if they had really something, they would have really shown us. They can manipulate, they can do CGI, they can do mental gymnastics to try to wrap their ball around everything, but it's not working. In real world applications, it's not working. Nor the radars, nor the gyro, nor the compass, nor the waypoint, not the missiles, not the GPS, everything totally and perfectly works and explainable on a flat stationary plane, and how things move and how communication moves in this realm, and how you locate yourself in relation to the north and how you navigate to different vessels, right? This can just go on. Globe have 0. That's what they have. They have nothing against flat earth. The deeper they want to go, the deeper they're going to get screwed. That's for sure. Right. Absolutely, guys. Thanks everybody who was on the panel today. Vlad, Gio, Gene, Sam, everybody, each and every of you in the chat. Thank you for passing your time with us. Hope this helps everyone to understand a bit that how on top we are regarding the aviation and flat earth. This is Vikka signing out, guys. See you next week. Bye, everyone. Love you all.
Guys. Bye.
Great show, Vikka. Thanks, guys. Good night, everyone.
Oh, yeah.
Vikka Draziv with a spark in his veins, creating realms where no rules remain. Mechanical shifts and digital streams, an endless coder of boundless dreams. He builds the mechanical realm, chasing truth in the neon light. Flatten the curve, uncover the codes, a seeker of paths where no one goes. He weaves his tale in cyberspace where secrets prevail. Digital trails that light the way, a mind so sharp it carves the gray. He builds the mechanical realm, chasing truth in the neon light. Flatten the curve, uncover the codes, a seeker of paths where no one goes. Circuits hum and the future ignites. Through his lens, the unseen takes flight. A craftsman of worlds, a guide to the maze. With every step, he rewrites the waves. To build some mechanical